Chapter 23. Jiu Long looked at the woman in front of him in shock. He had only used 30% of his strength in that attack, but it wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. And yet, Chu Luiyue had blocked it so easily. He had heard this name a few times recently. After all, she had caused quite a commotion in the Illusion God Palace. But it wasn't until today that Jiu Long realized that her strength was indeed far beyond that of an ordinary god. "You came out of the Heaven Gate?" Jiu Long asked. Chu Luiyue smiled and nodded. "It's not the first time I've come out." "Ninth Divine Envoy, why are you so surprised?" Jiu Long choked. He just felt that it was too ridiculous. Most of the cultivators in the Illusion God Palace would never step out of the Heaven Gate, let alone come to the world of divine ruins. And those who came from the world of divine ruins were proud to be able to enter the Illusion God Palace. They didn't want to leave. There were very few people like Chu Luiyue, who kept going in and out of the house. Her frequency was even higher than that of the divine envoys. Wasn't the seventh divine envoy in charge of guarding the Heaven Gate? Why did they let her come out again and again? More importantly, she didn't have a bloodline totem. Wasn't that even more ridiculous? Jiu Long stared at her vigilantly. "What are you doing here?" Even if she left the Illusion God Palace, there were many places she could go. Why did she choose the God-slaying tomb? It was related to the last zither score, so Jiu Long couldn't help but feel suspicious. Chu Luiyue blinked. "My two subordinates are here. What's so strange about me coming here?" "But the two divine envoys, why did you suddenly leave the Illusion God Palace and come here and drive everyone else away? What are you doing?" Jiu Long's expression was cold. "That's not something you have the right to ask." Chu Luiyue said, "Oh. It seems that the two divine envoys don't want to reveal. Then forget it." As she spoke, she raised her head towards Qi Han and Lu Feng behind her. "Let's go." She was about to go to the tombs. "Stop." Jiu Long and Jiu Long never thought that Chu Luiyue would actually walk in without a second word. He didn't even put them in his eyes. Chu Luiyue stopped in his tracks and turned his head to ask, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Jiu Long gritted her teeth. "It seems like you've turned a deaf ear to what we've said before." Chu Luiyue asked. "Words? What words?" Jiu Long felt stifled in his chest. Qi Han explained. "Master, they have already chased away all the cultivators here. If you hadn't come in time, I'm afraid we would have already." Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. Oh, about that, she was wondering why she hadn't seen anyone along the way. It turned out that Jiu Long and Shi Yan had chased them away. In that case, it was even more obvious what they wanted to do. Chu Luiyue tilted his head and looked at Jiu Long and Shi Yan. "That's really unfortunate. I've come this time because I have something important to do, so I won't be able to leave for the time being. I hope the two divine envoys will forgive me." Although she said so, her expression and tone were extremely natural. There wasn't the slightest hint of apology in them. Clearly, she wasn't asking for help. She was just informing them of her choice and decision. She was going to stay here. Shi Yan frowned and said coldly, "Sheng Guanyu, you've done so many outrageous things in the Illusion God Palace. For Dumpling's sake, the divine envoys didn't pursue the matter. But that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If you don't listen to our advice, don't blame us for being impolite." Chu Luiyue's lips curved into a faint smile. "Forgive me for being blunt, but I don't think the divine envoys have done anything extra for me. Why do you look like you've given me a lot of things?" Shi Yan felt even more annoyed. In the Illusion God Palace, the divine envoys were revered. No matter what they said or did, their subordinates would do as they were told. Very few would object, and even fewer would dare to talk back to them. But now, Chu Luyue had done all of this, and she didn't seem afraid at all. Who gave her the confidence? Sheng Guanyu, are you sure you want to continue being so impudent? Jiu Long raised his sword and pointed it at her. No matter how powerful your eminence is, she's still your eminence. If he used his full strength, Chu Luyue wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. Chu Luyue blinked and smiled in the face of the cold sword light. Divine envoys, if I'm not wrong, the two of you are also here for that last zither score, right? Since everyone has the same goal, why don't we work together and find it first? We can talk about the rest later. These words caused Jiu Long and Shi Yan's expressions to change. This was something that the first divine messenger had specifically instructed the two of them. How did she know about it? Seeing the duo's reaction, Chu Luyue also found it interesting. She glanced at the two of them, then slowly asked, "You've come here to find the zither scores. The two of you have already come here to look for the zither score. Don't tell me that you still don't know. The two zither scores from before have already recognized me as their master?" "What did you say?" Jiu Long and Shi Yan both exclaimed in shock. Chu Luyue shrugged. It seemed that they really didn't know. Since the first divine envoy gave you this task, why didn't he tell you about it? Not many people knew that she was the master of the zither scores, but Nan Jinshu was one of them. He had chosen to tell the first divine envoy the location of the last score, so there was no reason for him not to tell her. Besides, someone like the first divine envoy should know this like the back of his hand. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be called the first divine envoy and be in charge of the entire illusion god palace? But the strange thing was, these two didn't know. Jiu Long was about to attack. Chu Luyue calmly raised her hand. "Wait. Ninth divine envoy, I've already said that the two zither scores are with me, and they already belong to me. If you kill me now, you won't get a single one. Once she died, the two zither scores would be scattered and hidden away again, and they would never be found again. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, Jiu Long and Shi Yan would never touch her." This was also why Chu Luyue dared to be so frank. Since she couldn't hide it, she might as well be frank. "You dare threaten us?" Jiu Long gritted her teeth. Chu Luyue sighed helplessly. "I've already made it so obvious, but you two only realized it now." She had always been a straightforward person. If she wanted to threaten someone, she would do it openly and openly. The first two zither scores were with her. If they had the ability, they would have to fight for it. She wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't know if the illusion god palace would be afraid of getting nothing in the end. Chapter 23-24. Jiu Long and Shi Yan never expected that Chu Luyue would do such a thing. She directly admitted that the two zither scores were with her and used them as leverage to threaten them so that they wouldn't dare to kill her. She was so direct that she didn't even give them any time to react. The most hateful thing was that after thinking about it carefully, they realized that Chu Luyue wasn't so arrogant for no reason. After knowing this, even though they hated her to the core, they didn't dare to do anything to her. "Since you're looking for the zither scores and I'm also looking for one, isn't it just right for us to work together?" Chu Luyue asked with a smile. Jiu Long was fuming with anger. "What do you mean by just right? Sheng Guanyu, do you really think we're fools?" The zither scores had already recognized her as the master, so even if they found the remaining one, it would most likely end up in her hands. In this aspect, she had an absolute natural advantage. Even if they worked together and found the zither scores, it would just be a wedding dress for her. Right now, they couldn't wait to guard against her, so why would they work together with her? Chu Luyue looked regretful and spread her hands. "It seems that the two of you aren't willing. Since that's the case, then, let's mind our own business and rely on our own abilities, how about it? This zither score belongs to whoever finds it first." Jiu Long and Shi Yan looked at each other. Of course, they didn't want to agree to Chu Liuyue's suggestion. She was the master of the zither scores, so she had an advantage over them. But if they didn't agree? Looking at her posture, it seemed like she was going to continue to cause trouble. And they couldn't do anything to her. After a long while, Shi Yan gave Jiulong a look, then looked at Chu Liyue. Since you insist, it's not that we can't agree. But we also have a condition. Divine Envoy, please speak. Whether or not we can find the zither scores will depend on our own abilities. However, the person who brings the zither scores back to the illusion god palace will be the real winner. At that time, no matter what the result is, the other side can't continue to fight for it. Chu Liuyue's red lips curved slightly. I knew these two people wouldn't be easy to convince. So this was what they were planning. One had to know that there was a considerable distance between here and the illusory god palace. Who could predict what would happen in the middle? Even if she found it first, they could snatch it from her halfway and forcefully take it for themselves. In this way, he would be able to achieve his goal. Chu Liyue was a god, while Qi Han and Lu Feng, who stood behind him, were both high gods. Jiulong and Shi Yan, on the other hand, were both at a level higher than her eminence. Wasn't this clearly bullying? Once they made a move, Chu Liyue's side would not be able to compete with them even if they tried their best. This was clearly a robbery. However, after Chu Liyue thought about it seriously for a while, he nodded happily and agreed. Sure. Chu Liyue's reply was too sudden. Even Jiulong and the other two were momentarily stunned. However, one thing needs to be clear. Does returning to the illusory god palace refer to passing through the gate of heaven or something else? If you insist that it only counts after entering the illusory god palace, then wouldn't I have lost from the start? Chu Liyue shrugged. Naturally, it counts after passing through the gate of heaven. Shi Yan added. Although he didn't know why Chu Liyue agreed, this condition was clearly beneficial to them. It would be a waste not to use it. It would be best if the two of them could directly find the last zither score. If Chu Liyue was one step ahead of them, they could just snatch it back. As long as they didn't harm her life, everything else was still under their control. Jiulong's mood finally calmed down. Since we've discussed it, then, rumble. A loud sound suddenly came from afar. Jiulong and Shi Yan immediately turned to look. This sound came from the depths of the tomb. Someone had already entered. The two looked at each other. Jiulong immediately realized something and looked at Chu Liyue angrily. You secretly brought someone here. Chu Liyue smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. I didn't say that I came here alone. Jiulong was so angry that her teeth were itching. She had said so much just to stall for time. Shi Yan frowned. Forget it, now is not the time to argue with her. Let's go in and see what's going on. This commotion came so suddenly that it was definitely not something an ordinary cultivator could do. Something must have happened in the tombs of her eminence. Perhaps, it has something to do with the last zither score. Jiulong glared at Chu Liyue. Shengguanyu, it's too early for you to be happy. The one who has the last laugh is the winner. Chu Liyue couldn't be bothered with the two of them. She turned to Qi Han and Lu Feng. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, and her slender figure quickly disappeared from the spot. She went straight into the depths of the tomb. Qi Han and Lu Feng followed closely behind her. Fortunately, the two of them weren't seriously injured. Moreover, Chu Liyue and Jiulong had been fighting for a while, so they had rested enough and quickly followed. Jiulong cursed under her breath and followed Shi Yan. Jiulong and Shi Yan's cultivation level was higher than Chu Liyue's after all. In just a few breaths' time, they had overtaken them. The two of them didn't stop and went straight in the direction of the voice. After about 15 minutes, they saw a figure in the distance. It was a young man. At this moment, his back was facing them. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was tall and straight. He had one hand behind his back. The space in front of him was already beginning to distort and collapse, and it was constantly devouring the energy around him. Even though it was only a back view, that cold and noble aura was still not concealed in the slightest. Jiu Long frowned. Is this the person who came with Shangguanyu? Why does it look like something is wrong? He couldn't tell what was wrong, but there was an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. However, he quickly threw this feeling to the back of his mind. Who are you? How dare you team up with Shangguanyu and deceive the two of us? Jiu Long asked in a low voice. Hearing her voice, the man turned around. His handsome and devilish face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost. His phoenix eyes were deep and unparalleled. Jiu Long, Shi Yan, you're getting bolder. Digression, I want to eat barbecue, I'm going to be a fan, 6:00 p.m. Chapter 23-25. This question instantly caused Jiu Long and Shi Yan to be shocked on the spot. Emperor. The two of them were shocked. Their previous arrogance immediately disappeared and was replaced by deep respect. Why are you here? Jiu Long's face turned pale. What did he say to the emperor just now? No wonder he felt that something was wrong when he saw this figure. This figure, this aura. He actually didn't recognize it. Actually, Jiu Long couldn't be blamed. After so many years, the number of times he had seen the emperor could be counted on one hand. On one hand, the emperor didn't show up most of the time. On the other hand, with his and Shi Yan's seniority, they were usually quite far away from each other. They couldn't be said to be familiar with each other. Moreover, they didn't expect that the emperor would appear here. Rong Xiu looked up slightly. Three figures could be vaguely seen from afar. They were Chu Luiyue and the other two. Their strength was not as strong as Jiu Long and Shi Yan. In addition, Qi Han and Lu Feng were only in the high god realm and were injured, so their speed was even more limited. As a result, the distance between the two sides was so large in a short period of time. However, this made it convenient for Rong Xiu. This short period of time was enough for him to solve the problem of the two. Thinking of this, Rong Xiu retracted his gaze and looked at the two again. Feeling that indifferent and cold gaze on them, Jiu Long and Shi Yan felt a sense of pressure and their bodies tensed up. Didn't you already guess why I am here? He said indifferently. The two of them were stunned. After a while, they suddenly came to their senses and were shocked. Wait, what does the emperor mean? Did he really come with Chu Luiyue? But Chu Luiyue's background, when did he have contact with the emperor? Furthermore, it would appear that the relationship between them was not ordinary at all. Otherwise, Chu Luiyue wouldn't have used such a tone when he mentioned the emperor. Shi Yan suddenly thought of something and gasped. Emperor, that Shangguanyu, is one of your men. He was guessing that Chu Luiyue was Rong Xiu's subordinate and nothing else. However, Rong Xiu was too lazy to correct him. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. His people. There was nothing wrong with that. Ben was his. His reaction, in the eyes of the other two, was obviously a tacit agreement. For a moment, the two of them did not know how to react. Why didn't Chu Luiyue mention such an important matter before? If she had revealed even the slightest bit, she definitely wouldn't have received that kind of treatment in the illusory god palace. Jiu Long and Shi Yan couldn't figure it out. The only thing they were clear on was that they had offended Chu Luiyue earlier, and this undoubtedly meant that they had offended the Celestial Emperor as well. Celestial Emperor, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, which is why we offended you. Please forgive us. Jiulong came back to his senses and quickly begged for mercy. Other than begging for mercy, he couldn't think of anything else he could do now. Previously, he had rushed over excitedly, intending to find the last zither score before Chu Luiyue. Even if he couldn't find it, it wasn't bad to get rid of the person who conspired with her first. Who knew that he would bump into this person? Wasn't this courting death? Shi Yan saw the situation and immediately followed suit, his heart filled with uneasiness. Although they had only seen the Celestial Emperor a few times, they were very clear about the Celestial Emperor's temperament. It was definitely not to be provoked. The mistake that they had made today was enough for them to suffer a lot. Rong Xiu didn't say anything. The surroundings fell into a dead silence, as if even the air had frozen at this moment. The two of them held their breaths, as if their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Finally, Rong Xiu spoke. Go to the illusory god sea and receive your punishment. Without Ai's permission, you are not allowed to leave. Hearing this, Jiulong and Shi Yan were stunned. Celestial Emperor means, now. Rong Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and his thin scarlet lips raised into an extremely cold arc. If you can continue to stay here, it will be considered as your ability. The two of them trembled at the same time. This meant that if they didn't leave immediately, the Celestial Emperor would personally take action. Even if the two of them had the guts, they wouldn't dare to take such a risk. Wasn't this taking the initiative to throw themselves into a knife's mouth? But, Celestial Emperor, it's not that the two of us deliberately disobeyed your orders, but this time, we are here on the orders of the first divine envoy to find the last zither score. If we can't complete the mission, I'm afraid that when we return, we won't be able to explain it to the first divine envoy. Jiulong braced himself and spoke with difficulty. If they had any other choice, they wouldn't choose to go against the Celestial Emperor. But in this situation, they really had no choice. After all, the divine envoys were from the illusory god palace. Since the first divine envoy had ordered them, they didn't dare to disobey. Although the Celestial Emperor had a noble status, under most circumstances, he wouldn't interfere in the matters of the illusory god palace. And the zither score was also an item of the illusory god palace. Logically speaking, this matter shouldn't have much to do with the Celestial Emperor. Why would he come here personally? Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Ai's orders can't even compare to the words of the first divine envoy. We don't dare. Jiulong and Shi Yan's souls almost flew out of their bodies as they hurriedly denied. Not to mention them, even the master of the illusory god palace had to respectfully greet the Celestial Emperor when he saw him. How could they dare to say that? After weighing the pros and cons, the two of them struggled for a while before finally nodding with difficulty. We obey the Celestial Emperor's orders. But, the last zither score, Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes. The zither score came from the illusory god palace, so it should return in the end. Hearing this, Jiulong and Shi Yan only thought that he agreed to return the last zither score to the illusory god palace after finding it. No matter what, they would be able to answer to the first divine envoy when they returned. Then, the two of us will take our leave. After saying that, seeing that Rong Xiu's expression was normal, the two of them bowed respectfully and then hurriedly turned and left. Their speed was even faster than when they came. They were afraid that if they were a step late, they would lose their lives here. After a while, the two figures quickly disappeared into the distance. At this moment, Chu Luiyue and the other two finally arrived. Seeing that only Rong Xiu was here, Chu Luiyue was stunned. Where are the two divine envoys? Chapter 23-26. Rong Xiu turned around. Who? Chu Luiyue said, the 9th and 10th divine messengers. The two of them just came here. Didn't you see them? Rong Xiu shook his head. I've been here the whole time. I didn't see anyone coming. Chu Luiyue frowned. How could she not see them? Although the two divine messengers had put some distance between her and Seven Chill Dew Wind, she was sure that they were coming this way. She looked left and right. The surroundings were barren and desolate. There were no signs of anyone coming here. Suddenly, she focused her gaze and looked at the collapsing void not far behind Rongxiu. "This is..." Rongxiu followed her gaze and explained. "The loud noise just now came from here. The last time we came here, something similar happened, but it was different." Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. She had noticed this as well. The last time, she and Rongxiu fell into a space that suddenly collapsed, and they brought the rocks back. This time, the energy and pressure here were much stronger than in the tombs of the high gods. Although the void was constantly swallowing energy, twisting and collapsing, it was not completely overturned yet. From this, one could see how powerful the power of space here was. At a glance, a transparent vortex had formed in the void. It kept spinning and expanding. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth kept surging into it, gradually turning it into a black hole. It could not be seen or touched. Only the vast pressure was getting heavier and heavier, indicating the danger within. It was still rising. A faintly discernible summoning force came from the vortex. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly and walked forward. "Master." Qi Han and Lu Feng called out worriedly. Chu Luiyue raised her hand. "Don't worry. I know what to do." With that, she continued to walk forward. At this moment, a piece of gravel the size of a palm suddenly rolled over from the side. It only stopped when it touched the tip of her foot. Chu Luiyue looked down. Obviously, this stone came from one of the tombstones. And it was the tomb of the high god. She bent down and picked up the stone. Suddenly, she heard a faint buzzing sound in front of her that could not be ignored. Buzz. She looked up in surprise, only to see that the vortex not far in front of her had suddenly stopped spinning. But this situation only lasted for a moment. The next moment, everything returned to normal. It didn't seem any different from before. However, Chu Luiyue's eyes widened in shock. Because there seemed to be an invisible connection between her and the vortex. This feeling was very strange. From this moment on, she could vaguely feel the changes in energy of the vortex. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly, she looked at the stone in her hand. It was just a shattered, weathered, and ordinary-looking rock. There were traces of erosion on it. If it was on the ground, no one would take a second look at it. However, this was a tombstone that belonged to a high god. At this moment, the void to her right twisted and collapsed, then quickly formed a vortex. Another stone rolled to her feet. Chu Luiyue sucked in a breath of cold air. An absurd and daring idea surfaced in her mind. "It can't be," she muttered softly. Then, she bent down and picked up the second stone. Almost at the same time, the second vortex stopped spinning. Chu Luiyue's hand slowly clenched. Then, the vortex spun again, and it established that invisible connection with Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue was shocked. As expected. The stones here were similar to the ones she had obtained in the high god's tombstones, but in fact, they were very different. Each of them actually controlled a space. It might be an exaggeration to say that they controlled it, but it was basically the same. The surrounding energy was constantly surging toward the two vortexes, and the two stones in Chu Luiyue's hand seemed to be faintly strengthening. Although it was subtle, it could not be mistaken. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a zither came from Chu Luiyue's dantian. The sound of the zither was bleak and cold, and it spread far and wide in this vast wilderness. Chu Luiyue frowned subconsciously. She did not do anything just now, so why did the sound of the zither suddenly appear? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the wind. The void over there is also starting to collapse. And there. Chu Luiyue followed his gaze. Not far behind them, 3 more vortexes quickly appeared. The vast space seemed to be divided into countless small areas, and they all started to collapse. In just a few minutes, Chu Luiyue and the others were already surrounded by several void vortexes. A few stones rolled over and stopped at Chu Luiyue's feet. Her heart raced, and the blood in her body seemed to be boiling. Her guess seemed to be correct. These stones, these tombstones of her eminence, these heroic souls that had been buried for tens of thousands of years, seemed to be awakening. Her eminence was naturally different from a high god. A high god's combat strength was in the god domain, but her eminence had completely divided this world and controlled the endless power of space. Buzz. 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 Void vortexes appeared around them one after another. More and more stones came to Chu Luiyue's side, as if they were responding to her summons. Clang! Clang! Chu Luiyue's glabella was boiling hot. Chapter 23-27. She touched the area between her eyebrows. It was as if there was a burning flame burning there. Her heart was beating rapidly, and the blood in her body was surging. This was her totem. Chu Luiyue had known about the existence of this thing for a long time, but it had only appeared a few times when she was in a life-or-death situation. Hence, she had not been able to pay much attention to it. But now, this totem had suddenly appeared again. It was so clear. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth started to gather towards her quickly. Her aura also started to rise rapidly. Buzz buzz. Chu Luiyue looked up. Above the heavens, the void was continuously distorting and collapsing. Vortexes were constantly appearing. Large pieces of rocks had already piled up beside her feet. An unparalleled amount of energy exploded, creating an extremely terrifying pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. Beside her, Lu Feng clutched her chest and sat down. She coughed a few times and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then, she placed her hands on her knees and started to channel the surrounding energy into her body. Under such a powerful pressure, the best way to deal with it was to cultivate. Seeing this, Chi Han's expression became serious. He also placed his sword in front of him and started to cultivate. At this moment, endless energy was surging towards them from all directions. Most of it entered the collapsed void, which indirectly strengthened the power of the rocks beside Chu Luiyue's feet. The remaining small portion dissipated and was swallowed by Lu Feng and Chi Han. Although the energy that the two of them occupied was only a small portion compared to the energy that was surging into the void, it was definitely an extremely vast amount for an exalted god. A faint blue glow overflowed from Lu Feng's body and quickly enveloped him. This was his godly territory. After the violent energy entered this godly territory, it was refined and became even purer. Without a doubt, this greatly increased Lu Feng's cultivation speed. Chi Han, who was beside her, made the same choice almost at the same time. A faint silver glow silently spread out and enveloped Chi Han's body. Rong Xiu's gaze turned slightly and paused on the two of them for a moment. His eyes were deep, yet calm and indifferent. In the next moment, he looked away. In fact, if there were other cultivators present, they would definitely be shocked to see Lu Feng and Chi Han's situation. After all, the two of them were only high gods. Logically speaking, their god realms should not be able to resist the terrifying might of the venerable god around them. It was even to the extent that the deity domain could not be used under such circumstances. However, from the beginning to the end, the movements of these two people were extremely smooth and natural, as if they were not hindered in the slightest. If Chu Luiyue turned around to take a look, she might have sensed that something was wrong. However, all her energy was focused on the collapsing void and the gathering stones. How could she care about anything else? One after another. As more and more stones approached her, the invisible connection between her and the void vortexes around her became closer and closer. At the same time, a sense of desolation and sorrow welled up in his heart. Chu Luiyue was never a sentimental person. However, as she stood here, as time slowly passed and everything around her kept changing, her state of mind seemed to be moving along uncontrollably. A wind blew, carrying the coarse gravel of the desolate wilderness. When it brushed past her face, it brought a slight stinging pain. The smell of blood in the air seemed to have thickened. The solemn and bleak sound of the zither rang out from her body and spread far and wide. There seemed to be an image that appeared in her mind, but it was not very clear. Chu Luiyue raised her hand almost instinctively. Her eyes focused and seemed to have sunk into nothingness. At this moment, there seemed to be countless stars in the depths of her obsidian-like eyes. Then, her slender and white fingertips gently plucked. Clang! There were no strings under her hands, so she used the countless intersecting spaces as support to play the zither. Clang clang! Shattered tombstones stood in great numbers on the wilderness. There seemed to be a zither sound in the depths that resonated with her from afar. The palace of the illusory god. Jiulong and Shi Yan returned as fast as they could. After stepping into the illusory god palace, they did not care about anything else and hurried to the residence of the first divine envoy. Just as they arrived outside the courtyard and stood still, the door of the courtyard opened. Seeing this scene, Jiulong and Shi Yan looked at each other and saw the worry and nervousness in each other's eyes. The first divine envoy obviously knew something. This made them timid and for a moment, they did not dare to take a step forward. Come in and talk. A low and indifferent voice came from inside. The two did not dare to refuse and walked in nervously. Just like last time, they stopped when they were 5 steps away from the door. After respectfully cupping their fists, Jiulong spoke after some deliberation. First divine envoy, this time, the two of us did not do well and did not succeed in bringing back the zither score. Please punish us. Reason. The voice was calm and collected, without the slightest hint of surprise. This, Jiulong wiped the sweat from her forehead. However, Shi Yan could not help but explain. First divine envoy, this time we failed to return because the emperor also went to the god-slaying tomb. Also, Shanghai Yu went with him. Maybe because Shanghai Yu was the owner of the first 2 zither scores, the emperor intended to let her do it. Although we don't know why the emperor suddenly intervened, we did not dare to disobey the emperor's order, so we came back. However, the emperor promised to send the zither score to the illusory god palace after this matter is over. Jiulong gritted her teeth and added. In addition, the 2 of us have been ordered to the illusory god sea to receive punishment because we offended the emperor unintentionally. Without the emperor's order, we are not allowed to go out. In other words, after explaining to the first divine envoy, the 2 of them had to go to the illusory god sea. After the 2 of them finished speaking, the room was silent for a long time. This strange silence caused the 2 of them to be somewhat at a loss. Just now, they did not say anything wrong, did they? No matter what, they had explained the matter clearly. If one thought about it, one would understand that this matter was not their fault. Not to mention them, even the first divine envoy did not dare to disobey the emperor's order. Moreover, the emperor had already punished them. What else could be considered enough? Jiulong and Shi Yan waited for a long time. First divine envoy. Finally, they got a response. I already know about this matter. You can leave now. You should receive your punishment, but this matter cannot be spread. The 2 of them were stunned. You mean, the emperor went to the god-slaying tomb? The voice paused. Everything and everyone related to the zither score must be kept secret. Chapter 23-28. This was the highest secret of the illusion god palace, so it was normal for the first divine envoy to ask them to keep it a secret. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately agreed. Yes. If the other divine envoys ask, just say that you didn't manage to find the score and offended the emperor, so you were sent to the illusion god ocean. There's no need to mention anything else. Jiu Long paused. He could guess what the first divine envoy meant, but he wasn't sure. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked. First divine envoy, then. Shengguan Yu is the emperor's woman, don't you understand the emperor's attitude? The first divine envoy interrupted him with a cold and indifferent voice. Jiu Long was shocked and hurriedly said. Yes. Jiu Long understands. Shi Yan understands. That woman had been in the illusion god palace for so long, but she hadn't revealed anything. The emperor's intentions were clear. The only thing that wasn't right was probably the extra attention and care that Jinbao Pavilion had given her. But that matter didn't arouse too many people's suspicions. After all, Chu Luiyue was a mystic master and had great talent and strength. Even if she didn't have any background, it was normal for Precious Treasure Pavilion to be willing to support her. Jiu Long and Shi Yan had heard about this before, but they didn't take it to heart. But now that they thought about it, they realized that there was a reason for everything. It was just that if this reason were to be revealed, who knew how many jaws would drop from shock? The two even secretly rejoiced that they hadn't interacted much with Chu Luiyue. Other than the dispute over the score in the god-slaying tomb, they hadn't offended her much. Judging from the emperor's attitude, it was clear that he valued her greatly. It wouldn't be good to provoke her. You may leave. Hearing this, the two heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly left. After they left, the gate of the courtyard was tightly shut. In the courtyard, little Hachi was lazily resting on a chair, holding a scarlet pill in her hand. She narrowed her eyes and looked at it through the light. Jian Fengqi sat next to her with his hands on his knees. A rare hint of nervousness appeared in his charming peach blossom eyes. Did you refine this yesterday? Little Hachi asked. Jian Fengqi nodded. A total of 6 pills. They're all here. There was a jade bottle beside little Hachi. The one in her hand was the first one she had poured out. The veins on it were clear, and the medicinal fragrance was rich. This was a top-notch grand physician level pill. Then, with a light pinch of her fingernails, the pill instantly turned into ashes. Little Hachi. Jian Fengqi's eyes widened instantly. Why did you destroy my pill? Little Hachi blinked. Didn't you ask me to help you refine the pills? This is my answer, there is no need to keep this pill. Go back and continue to work hard. Jian Fengqi's eyes twitched. It took an entire day. You managed to refine a pill of this standard in just one day. As a grand physician, aren't you a little too weak? Little Hachi's words successfully blocked Jian Fengqi's remaining words. Then, little Hachi picked up the jade bottle beside her. With a squeeze of her palm, the jade bottle, along with the pills inside, was instantly turned into ashes. Jian Fengqi suddenly stood up, his handsome features distorted for a moment. With just these, you'll never be able to break through to grand physician level in this lifetime. Little Hachi clapped her hands, took out a snow-white handkerchief, and carefully wiped her hands clean. Jian Fengqi clutched his chest and took a step back. He pointed a trembling finger at little Hachi, but he couldn't say anything. He was angry. He thought that he had suffered enough during this period of time, but he underestimated little Hachi's fighting ability. Last time, he stole a medical book from little Hachi. Although he didn't say it out loud, he was still very grateful to little Hachi. So after he finished refining this time, he specially came to ask little Hachi for help. But what awaited him was an absolutely merciless attack from all sides. Jian Fengqi regretted it for a moment. When he first got the medical book, why did he think that little Hachi was a good person? He was really blind, really blind. Little 8 was finally satisfied when he saw him being angered to this extent. Actually, she wasn't so sharp-tongued in the first place, and she wasn't deliberately targeting Jian Fengqi. It was just that she had suffered too much from Big Brother recently, and needed to find someone to calm down. Seeing Jian Fengqi suffer, little Hachi immediately felt much better. That's right. She was still very outstanding. In fact, Big Brother was still the pervert. Yes, that was it. Thinking of this, little Hachi narrowed her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, seeing that you've worked hard to refine these pills, I'll say one more thing. There are 2 medicinal herbs in here, you've used the wrong ones. Of course I know what's wrong with these pills. Jian Fengqi snorted. Little Hachi was stunned and sat up. Really? Jian Fengqi pursed his lips. Isn't it just raging winter grass and river wood? Originally, we should use wind thousand seeds and devil's snare to replace them. Little Hachi raised her eyebrows and looked him up and down. Oh, I couldn't tell. You really know. Jian Fengqi didn't say anything. He was still distressed over the bottle of pills that little Hachi had just crushed. However, little 8 didn't mind and asked again. Since you know, why don't you change it? If these 2 medicinal herbs are used well, the level of this pill can be raised from senior doctor to senior doctor. Jian Fengqi did have some skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to compete with Chu Luo for so many years and still be just a hair's breadth away. This in itself was enough to show that he actually had extraordinary talent. Many times, a tyrannical opponent could often stimulate a person's potential to the greatest extent. Jian Fengqi was like this. Although he had been defeated repeatedly over the years, he had unknowingly left countless people far behind. Hearing little Hachi's question, Jian Fengqi sighed. You think I don't want to do this? But Herb Mountain doesn't have those 2 medicinal herbs. How is that possible? Little Hachi's face was full of astonishment. Although these 2 medicinal herbs were precious, they couldn't be considered top-grade rare items. Moreover, what didn't Herb Mountain have? I've asked. They did have them before, but the last batch was harvested decades ago. Although there are new ones, they're not old enough. These 2 medicinal herbs required at least 100 years of age. He had no choice but to give up. Little Hachi blinked and then stood up. Impossible. Herb Mountain has always been guarded by the 8th Oracle. How could she make such a low-level mistake? No matter what kind of heavenly treasure, when harvesting it, must not be completely seized. Instead, the foundation must be left behind. Little Hachi's heart suddenly burned with a ball of fire. Is she crazy? Chapter 23-29. The corner of Jian Fengqi's eyes twitched as he held his forehead helplessly. This person's temper was still as bad as before. In the entire illusory god palace, there were probably only a few people who dared to scold a divine envoy like this. He waved his hand and motioned for little Hachi to sit down and restrain herself. Little Hachi, lower your voice. Are you afraid that others can't hear you? Although this was their own courtyard, it couldn't stop the walls from having ears. If someone heard it and reported it to the 8th divine envoy, then, little Hachi's brows furrowed. Did I say something wrong? Herb Mountain is such a large territory, and there are many kinds of herbs. How could someone have picked them all? And more than one kind. She's a divine envoy, isn't she too ridiculous? Xu Jing had always considered himself as the manager of Herb Mountain, and now it turned out like this. Seeing her huge reaction, Jian Fengqi's heart instantly felt touched. Little Hachi, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about my alchemy. Little Hachi glanced at him. Brother, don't misunderstand. I'm just worried about those herbs. Jian Fengqi. Pretend I didn't say anything. Little Hachi crossed her arms and paced back and forth in the courtyard in annoyance. She really couldn't figure out what Xu Jing was doing. The key was that in the past few years, she had imposed various restrictions on entering and leaving Herb Mountain. With just this, how could things turn out like this? Little Hachi struggled for a while and finally couldn't help but walk out. Jian Fengqi hurriedly asked. "Hey, where are you going?" Little Hachi was angry. "To Herb Mountain. I want to see if she deliberately hid the herbs or if she really let someone use them all." Jian Fengqi was stunned. Strange, when did Little Hachi become so angry? He wasn't angry himself, so why was she so angry? Seeing that Little Hachi was really going out, he hurriedly stood up to stop her. "Little Hachi, I think we should just forget about it. Is she the 8th oracle? If he really let her go there so excitedly, she would definitely cause trouble." Little Hachi raised her eyebrows. "What? You don't dare to go?" Jian Fengqi was speechless. Was this a question of whether he dared or not? At this moment, Shijing also walked out of the house and headed outside. Seeing the two of them standing at the door, he greeted them. "Yo, Little Hachi, are you going to Herb Mountain again?" Little Hachi nodded. "That's right. How did fourth brother know?" Yoshii suddenly paused and staggered. He quickly supported himself on the door and coughed. "Ahem, I heard you guys talking about this just now. Does fourth brother also support me going?" Little Hachi pouted and asked pitifully, "Fourth brother, you have no idea what Xu Jing has done to Herb Mountain." Shijingo glared at him and immediately patted his chest. "Go. In this illusion god palace, where can't Little Hachi go? Don't worry, with fourth brother here, no one will bully you. When fourth brother is done, I'll go find you. Fourth brother is still going to the lightning pool." "That's right." Shijing nodded. "I think they don't plan on unsealing it yet. I really don't know how long they'll drag it out." His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. He had been going there almost every day recently, and Little Hachi was already used to it. She nodded in agreement. "It's a bit too much. Fourth brother, you go first. I can handle my own matters. Don't worry." Jian Fengqi, who was standing at the side, was confused. These two. What were they talking about? Why did it sound like those oracles really couldn't do a good job and they were very dissatisfied with it? Chu Luiyue was used to being arrogant. Why were the 13 Yu guards learning from him? They didn't even have a bloodline totem, but each of them was more arrogant than the other. Lightning Pool, Herb Mountain, why did it sound like it was her territory? Mitsui responded and gave her a thumbs up, praising her. "Thank you for your help. Little Hachi, you're so beautiful today." 81st smiled, then asked, "What's the matter? You weren't beautiful yesterday." Mitsui immediately said with great sincerity, "Little Hachi is beautiful every day. The second most beautiful woman in the world. The number one beauty was their master." This was the tacit agreement of the 13 Yu guards. Hearing this, Little 8 was indeed satisfied, and only then did he wave his little hand. "Then fourth brother, goodbye." Only then did Shijing leave. After taking a few steps, Shijing lightly slapped his own mouth. "Who told you to be so talkative? Who told you to be so talkative?" Actually, when he was in the room, he had been thinking about the lightning pool. He didn't hear a single word of what Little Hachi and Jian Fengqi said outside. When he was about to leave, he coincidentally bumped into them and a sentence came out just like that. Luckily, he managed to cover it up. Shijing took a deep breath, then quickened his pace and walked forward. With Shijing's support, Little Hachi immediately became more confident and went straight to Herb Mountain. Jian Fengqi saw that he couldn't persuade her, so he could only follow her. Little Hachi looked back at him and teased. Why, aren't you worried that you'll cause a lot of trouble if you go with me? Jian Fengqi said seriously. No matter what, this matter started because of me. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Little Hachi was interested and asked. Then if I fight with Xu Jing, Jian Fengqi said without hesitation. I'll cheer for you. Little Hachi, she knew that she couldn't rely on this brother of hers. The two of them were very fast. Herb Mountain was the same as usual. People came and went, and it was very lively. When they saw little Hachi coming over, many burning gazes fell on her. At the same time, some of them glanced at Jian Fengqi with hostility. Jian Fengqi was silent for a moment. Little Hachi, I'm a little regretful. Can I go back now? Little Hachi walked forward without looking back. What are you afraid of? Let them look. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Jian Fengqi. You won't, but I might. It wasn't that he hadn't been looked at by so many people at the same time, but they were usually women. It was the first time that so many men were staring at him at the same time. Young Master Jian was really panicking. Little Hachi laughed. I see that many girls are looking at you too. Jian Fengqi's looks were top-notch, and he was suave and elegant. It was normal for girls to like him. Swish. Jian Fengqi pushed open his fan and covered half of his face as he softly said, I'm sorry. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. It's not good if others hear you. Little Hachi understood. I'm afraid that little Hong Yu will hear me. But she's been cultivating in seclusion in her room recently. Jian Fengqi's eyebrows twitched. How do you know that she won't suddenly appear here? This was what she was best at, all right. He was busy defending himself and didn't deny the first half of the sentence. Little Hachi pursed her lips and smiled meaningfully. Forget it. Let's go see if there are any more of those two herbs. After saying that, she ran in a certain direction. Jian Fengqi said, wait, it's not there. He had been here before and was clearly in the opposite direction. Little Hachi blinked. It's here. Digression, 13 Ugards, gradually recovering lost territory 6:00 p.m. Chapter 23:30. Jian Fengqi pointed in another direction. Wind thousand seeds and devil's snare are usually associated with each other. They grow in damp and cold places. I've been to this herb mountain a few times. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Little Hachi said, I didn't say you were mistaken. But didn't you say that there's none over there? Let's go somewhere else. Who knows? Jian Fengqi said helplessly, I've already asked around the entire herb mountain. There's only one place that has it. It's over there. It's not found anywhere else. Little Hachi suddenly became stubborn, but how will we know if we don't go? Jian Fengqi couldn't argue with her, so he had to say, all right then. Let's go over there and take a look. Little Hachi nodded and headed in a certain direction without hesitation. Jian Fengqi frowned slightly. Looking at little Hachi's back, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Why did he feel that little Hachi didn't just pick a random direction? Instead, she had already made up her mind to go there. This thought flashed through Jian Fengqi's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He moved his feet and followed her. The herb mountain stretched for hundreds of miles. The area was vast, and the mountain range was continuous. There were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was easy to get lost in this place if one wasn't careful. But little Hachi seemed to be very familiar with this place. She turned left and right without stopping. After walking for a while, Jian Fengqi finally couldn't help but ask, Little Hachi, how many times have you been here before? Why are you so familiar with this place? Little Hachi thought for a moment and said, not many times. But the terrain here is simple. I can remember it with a glance. What's so strange about it? Jian Fengqi, looking at little Hachi's relaxed expression, for a moment, he doubted his brain. Was it not enough? That couldn't be right. He was a celestial physician. With so many complicated prescriptions, he could basically memorize them after reading them a few times. His memory could definitely be considered top-notch. However, after coming to Herb Mountain several times, he often felt a little confused. What was going on with little Hachi? After thinking for a while, Jian Fengqi felt that there was only one possibility: little Hachi's talent was indeed a little better than his. No matter what, she was now a supreme doctor. It was not surprising that she was better than him in this aspect. Thinking of this, Jian Fengqi felt much better. We're here. It was right in front. Little Hachi suddenly said. Jian Fengqi followed her line of sight and saw that behind a steep and tall mountain, there was actually a rather short and ordinary hill. The mountain was verdant and lush, and there were many medicinal herbs growing there. However, when Jian Fengqi took a closer look, he did not see Feng Qianzi and mandala. This place doesn't have it, right? He said with some uncertainty. Little Hachi did not say anything. In a flash, she arrived at the foot of the hill. A small stream flowed by. The water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. On both sides of the stream, there were clusters of lush green bellflowers that were half the height of a person. Little Hachi's body was light as she jumped over a few stones in the stream. After arriving at the other side, she stretched out her hand and brushed aside a cluster of bellflowers. Look, isn't this it? Hearing this, Jian Fengqi was stunned and hurried over. He went over to take a look. Indeed, there were clusters of Feng Qianzi growing under the bellflowers. These Feng Qianzi had no leaves. On the rhizome, there were round and round seeds in a picturesque disorder. When the wind blew, this heavy cluster of seeds swayed with the wind. A few of the seeds were blown off and scattered in the stream, flowing downstream. Because these Feng Qianzi were a light green, they were hidden very well among the bellflowers. Therefore, Jian Fengqi did not see them at first. At the rhizome of the Feng Qianzi, there were thin purple vines wrapped around it. It was mandala. They really do have them. Jian Fengqi was really shocked. More importantly, these Feng Qianzi and mandala seemed to be at least 500 years old. However, he had asked many people before, and they all said that Herb Mountain did not have any more Feng Qianzi and mandala of this age. What are you waiting for? Little Hachi raised her chin, indicating that he could take the things away. Jian Fengqi came back to his senses and took a few clusters. Looking at the herbs in his hand, Jian Fengqi could not help but look at little Hachi again with a strange expression. Little Hachi, this place is so secluded. How did you know? Little Eight opened his mouth, but the words were stuck in his throat and he changed his mind. I already knew. Her words were a little ambiguous, but Jian Fengqi did not hear it. He just thought that she had been here before. After all, with her temperament, she was really capable of doing such a thing. However, this place is so deserted. Jian Fengqi did not delve into it and looked around. There was no one else here except for the two of them. Since Herb Mountain was fully opened, people could go in and out freely and basically go anywhere. Basically, people would set foot in every corner of Herb Mountain. However, this place was deserted, as if no one had ever been here. Little Hachi shrugged. Who cares? Anyway, we found the things, just take them. How dare you? A voice full of anger suddenly came from behind the two of them. Jian Fengqi immediately looked back and saw Xu Jing standing not far away, looking down at the two of them. Her carefully drawn eyebrows were tightly knitted, and there was undisguised anger in her eyes. Jian Fengqi elbowed little Hachi. Hey, the person you're looking for is here. Of course, little Hachi had already recognized Shu Jing's voice. Her red lips curled into a perfect arc, and she slowly turned around. Eighth Oracle, what a coincidence. Her voice was still soft and delicate. Those who did not know better would think that she was greeting a good friend that she had not seen in a long time. However, this voice was particularly harsh to Shu Jing's ears. Her face was cold. You are really getting bolder and bolder. How dare you trespass here? Do you know where this is? Little Hachi said honestly. I know. Isn't this Herb Mountain? Wasn't it just opened not long ago? Why are we not allowed to come here now? Shu Jing was so angry that her whole body was trembling slightly. This is the private land of the Oracle. How can you step in as you please? Little Hachi and Jian Fengqi immediately understood. So this is your residence. I'm sorry, we really didn't know. Shu Jing was in charge of the affairs of Herb Mountain. She usually spent most of her time here. Even the other oracles did not set foot in this place. However, she never expected that these two people would come here just because she went back to the palace of the illusory god and came back a little late. You want to shirk responsibility just because you said you didn't know. Shu Jing was so angry that she laughed. Little Hachi spread her hands. Eighth Oracle, you said that this is your territory, but you didn't even leave a sign. Who would know? Shu Jing coldly reprimanded. Why not? The barrier outside. Chapter 23:31. Her voice stopped abruptly. She suddenly thought of something, and a look of shock flashed across her eyes. Number 8 turned around to take a look. Barrier? What barrier? There was nothing when we came. As she spoke, she looked at Jian Fengqi. Don't you think so? Jian Fengqi nodded. That's right. We didn't see any barrier. If there was, they wouldn't have come here so casually. Shu Jing looked up in disbelief. The barrier in the distance had indeed dissipated at some point. Shu Jing's heart sank. How could this be? That barrier had existed for tens of thousands of years, and such a situation had never happened before. Little Hachi's eyes flashed as she smiled. Eighth Oracle, how long has it been since you came to Herb Mountain? How could you not know that your barrier has disappeared? Shu Jing pursed her lips tightly and didn't say anything. Then, she said, in that case, I'll let you off this time. There won't be a next time. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. She seemed to be in a hurry, as if she was in a hurry to do something. Little Hachi suddenly stepped forward and chuckled. Eighth Oracle, wait. Shu Jing turned around impatiently. What else do you have to say? If she wasn't in a hurry to confirm something, she wouldn't have let these two off so easily. Little Hachi said, it's not a big deal. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just have a few words that I want to talk to you about. Shu Jing frowned. What kind of medicine was this little 8 selling in his gourd? I don't have time to listen to your useless words. Shu Jing retracted her gaze and was about to leave. However, little Hachi's words made her stop in her tracks. Eighth Oracle, I heard that you have been in charge of Herb Mountain for tens of thousands of years. Logically speaking, you should know every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every river here the best. However, Eighth Oracle, you don't seem to be doing a very good job. These words completely ignited the long-suppressed anger in Shu Jing's heart. She abruptly turned around and questioned sternly, what did you say? The Herb Mountain was what she cared about the most. In the past few years, she had been trying to seize more rights, wanting to completely take Herb Mountain as her own, and so on. It was not difficult to see this point. Therefore, she would never allow anyone to question her in this aspect. Previously, it was the god monarch who had made a move. She was wary of him, so she obediently handed over all her authority. No matter how unwilling she was, she would never dare to go against that person. However, little Hachi was different. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Shu Jing was so angry that he didn't show any mercy with his words. Little Hachi was not annoyed. She raised her eyebrows and said, if the eighth divine emissary had cared about Herb Mountain in the slightest, then Herb Mountain wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't tell me you don't know that. Wind seeds and devil's snare that are more than 100 years old are all gone. Of course, Shu Jing knew. After all, she had kept a close watch on every single herb on Herb Mountain. However, she didn't care. So what? Then, what? About? Little Hachi repeated her words. The smile on her lips deepened, but a layer of frost gradually gathered in her eyes. She sneered. Heavenly treasures are extremely precious, but it is precisely because of this that they have to be taken care of carefully. In the end, you harvested all of them and didn't leave anything behind. Eighth Oracle, even I understand this simple logic. How can you not understand it? The only explanation was that Shu Jing didn't think about taking good care of Herb Mountain at all. She just wanted to seize as many benefits as possible. Anyway, she definitely didn't lack herbs in her hands. As for the rest, she couldn't be bothered to care. Shu Jing was so angry that she laughed. She took a step forward and looked at little Hachi with contempt and ridicule. Since Herb Mountain is guarded by me, then it's not up to others to worry about these things. Whether Herb Mountain is good or bad, what does it have to do with you? Little Hachi's expression gradually turned cold. I know that you've recently broken through to Supreme Doctor and that it's time to show off. However, this illusory god palace doesn't lack a Supreme Doctor like you. Besides, you don't have a bloodline totem. Seeing the change in little Hachi's expression, Shu Jing was very pleased. During this period of time, she really had enough of all kinds of anger. She had long suppressed a stomach full of anger. Now that little Hachi had bumped into the muzzle of the gun, she naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. You and your arrogant and despotic master are just as annoying as you. You're just born lowly, slap. Before Shu Jing could finish her words, her face was fiercely slapped. The loud and clear sound of the slap rang out, instantly freezing the surrounding space. Little Hachi had used all her strength in this slap, directly slapping Shu Jing's face to the side. It wasn't that she was weaker than little Hachi, but she really didn't expect little Hachi to suddenly make a move. Ever since Shu Jing became a god's messenger, she had always been high and mighty. When had she ever been slapped in the face like this? She covered the numb and painful half of her face and looked at little Hachi in shock and anger. You! Without thinking, she raised her hand to counterattack, slapping towards little Hachi's face. Little Adi clamped her wrist in a death grip. That pair of beautiful eyes which had always been enchanting and seductive, was now filled with a biting cold. You dare to scold master, I think you don't want to live anymore. Jian Fengqi, who was watching from the side, was also stunned for a while. My great aunt, you're really fighting with a god's messenger. Just as he was about to persuade her, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the surroundings. He lowered his head to take a look. Ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the stream. The surrounding grass and trees swayed without wind. An indistinct and powerful aura was gradually revealed. Chapter 2332. Shock flashed across Jian Fengqi's eyes. This pressure seemed to be coming from little Hachi. But wasn't she the exalted god? How could she cause such a big commotion? However, Shu Jing was still angry and did not realize that something was wrong. She clamped down on little Eight's wrist and raised her hand to hit him again. Chi! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came, and a folding fan hit her wrist hard. Xu Jing felt the pain and subconsciously let go of her hand. She looked at Jian Fengqi angrily. "You!" Jian Fengqi hurriedly said. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I wanted to stop little Hachi, but I didn't expect to hit you. 8th Oracle, are you okay?" Xu Jing was furious. Jian Fengqi was clearly helping little Hachi. Good. Good. You two are really going to rebel. Little Hachi stared at Xu Jing. Her red lips curled into an enchanting smile, but her eyes were extremely cold. "Oh. Who did you say was going to rebel?" Her voice was as soft and sweet as ever, but her tone now carried an indescribable majesty. Xu Jing's heart trembled as she subconsciously exchanged glances with little 8. She did not know why, but when she met those cold and smiling eyes, she suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, straight to the deepest part of her heart. The bellflowers swayed, the stream flowed faster, and the waves surged. Little Hachi said, "Xu Jing, this herb mountain, you are not qualified to be in charge." Xu Jing was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She screamed. "If I'm not qualified, do you think you are?" Little Hachi did not say anything and just stared at her. The letter hanging from her waist began to tremble slightly. The words on it were rich and bright, as if they were about to burst out of it. "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't realize what you've done wrong." As soon as she finished speaking, Xu Jing's aura suddenly surged. However, little Hachi's face did not show any signs of panic. Instead, the corners of her lips curled into a mocking smile. Jian Fengqi glanced at her and the corner of her eyes twitched. How could little Hachi still smile at a time like this? She was really not afraid of offending Xu Jing. Jian Fengqi's figure moved, and he came to Xiao Bao's side. He pulled her behind him and said softly, he whispered, "Little Hachi, you're too bold." With this slap, how would Xu Jing take revenge on her? How would she continue living in the future? Little 8, on the other hand, brushed his hair behind his back and smiled enchantingly. "What's there to be afraid of? I'd like to see how she's going to teach me a lesson." Jian Fengqi was about to say something when he suddenly saw a barrier slowly appear not far away. The barrier was pale green and had some strange patterns engraved on it. After taking a closer look, Jian Fengqi realized that it was a Xian formation. However, this Xian formation was filled with countless patterns and lines. It was extremely complicated. If one looked at it for a long time, it would give them a headache. Jian Fengqi retracted his gaze. He was still a little shocked. Is that the barrier that the 8th divine envoy mentioned before? Little 8 turned around to take a look as a smile appeared in his eyes. Jian Fengqi did not see her current expression. He was worried, but he still looked at Xu Jing. If it was a divine envoy, the two of them would definitely not be able to defeat him. They had to think of a way. However, at this moment, the power surging from Xu Jing's body suddenly dissipated into the surroundings. The power that he had just gathered dissipated silently just like that. Xu Jing was shocked. He widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at his hands. The pressure that he had accumulated in his palms was also annihilated at this moment. She panicked for a moment. Then, she tried to mobilize the power around her body again. However, before she could do anything, the power dissipated again. Xu Jing's heart sank. Then, she suddenly thought of something and raised her head to look ahead. The barrier had reappeared at some point. The power that had dissipated from her body was also quietly surging toward the barrier. It was the barrier that was forcibly depriving her of power. Xu Jing felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head. An indescribable chill suddenly surged from the bottom of her heart, causing her whole body to tremble slightly. This barrier, Jian Fengqi saw that her expression was not right. He also looked back and was shocked on the spot. Wasn't this the 8th divine envoy's barrier? Why did he suddenly turn around and attack her? Xu Jing suddenly turned around and left quickly. Her speed was very fast. Her footsteps were hurried, and there was a trace of panic and embarrassment in her back. Jian Fengqi blinked. She's leaving just like that. Didn't she say that she was going to teach them a lesson? And little Hachi's slap, was she going to take it for nothing? This 8th divine envoy is really interesting, Jian Fengqi said. He looked at little Hachi and asked with some concern. Although she's gone, with her personality, she definitely won't let today's matter go, little Hachi smiled. What are you afraid of? She's like a clay Buddha crossing a river now. She can't even protect herself. How can she have the time to care about us? What do you mean? Look at that barrier. She's in charge of looking after the herb mountain, but she can't even control this. Little Hachi sneered. I thought she was very powerful. It turns out that she's just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. What a waste of my feelings. Jian Fengqi, little Hachi. Don't you think you're getting more and more arrogant? How many people dared to scold the 8th divine envoy like this? Yes, she didn't just scold her, she even slapped her. Jian Fengqi felt that Xu Jing had probably never been bullied like this before. Just look at her expression just now. It was as if she couldn't wait to tear little Hachi apart. Little Hachi blinked her beautiful eyes. Her thick and curly eyelashes trembled slightly like small fans. She looked around and said modestly, I didn't. Jian Fengqi trembled all over. He cupped his fist and took a step back. My dear lady, let's talk things over. His little heart was still trembling when he thought of little Hachi's slap just now. Little Hachi snorted softly and walked back while twisting her waist. Jian Fengqi thought for a while and followed her. He asked with some concern. By the way, I'm afraid that Xu Jing will really hold a grudge against us this time, little Hachi yawned carelessly. She's always been like this. What's there to worry about? What if she comes back again? Little Hachi waved her hand. Then I'll be merciful and give her another slap. 2 slaps will do. Any more and it would hurt my hand. Little Hachi looked at her hand with heartache. Look at how thick-skinned she is. My fingernails were almost scratched. Jian Fengqi, as the two talked, they arrived in front of the barrier. Jian Fengqi suddenly thought of something. He looked back and saw that the surrounding vegetation gradually stopped swaying. The waves in the stream also gradually calmed down. Chapter 23:33. Just like that, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. He frowned and glanced at little Hachi subconsciously. He wanted to ask something, but he didn't know where to start. What should he ask? Should he ask if the commotion just now had anything to do with little Hachi? And the sudden appearance of this barrier, Jian Fengqi shook his head and dispelled that ridiculous thought. Xu Jing had said that this barrier had been here for a long time. How could it have anything to do with little Hachi? At this moment, little Hachi had already arrived in front of the barrier. When he was still 10 steps away from the barrier suddenly dissipated. Little Hachi waved at Jian Fengqi. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Jian Fengqi was stunned for a moment, but then he followed her. It was probably a coincidence. After all, when they arrived, the barrier had also mysteriously disappeared. Little Hachi, why do you think that barrier is not controlled by the 8th oracle? Isn't this her territory? Little Hachi smiled. How would I know? Xu Jing hurried back to the palace of the illusory god. She wanted to look for the first oracle, but halfway there, she remembered that she had asked for an audience several times before, and without exception, she had been rejected. If she went again this time, the result would probably be the same. Shu Jing gritted her teeth, turned around, and walked toward the residence of the second oracle. Just as she arrived at the door, before she could knock, she bumped into Yu Qian, who was walking from the other side. It seemed that he had just returned. Second oracle. Seeing Yu Qian, Shu Jing hurried forward. I have something important to report. Yu Qian was in a gloomy mood. He didn't want to pay attention to her, but when he heard her, he looked up at her and saw that her expression was not right, so he stopped. What's wrong? Just as Shu Jing was about to speak, her gaze suddenly froze as she saw a bloody wound on Yu Qian's hand. It looked like he had been bitten by something. Second oracle, the wound on your hand. Yu Qian's face darkened. I was bitten by a beast on the Divine Beast Mountain. Shu Jing was shocked. What? On the Divine Beast Mountain, there were hundreds of divine beasts. They were all taken care of by the second divine envoy. Normally, these divine beasts were especially respectful towards him. Why did they suddenly go crazy this time? Yu Qian gritted his teeth. In fact, he hadn't been there for a long time. Today, he suddenly thought of this matter and wanted to go and take a look. Who would have thought that one of them would suddenly attack and bite him? Even though he had already killed it on the spot, the wound was still left behind. Furthermore, because the bastard's teeth were poisonous, he had even specially used medicine. Therefore, when he saw Shu Jing at this moment, his mood was at its worst. These bastards are getting more and more impudent. How dare they bite you? Shu Jing's words made Yu Qian even more irritated. He asked coldly, Okay, it's already over. There's no need to mention it again. But you said that you have something to report. What happened? A trace of difficulty flashed across Shu Jing's face. She then said, Don't worry. There seems to be something wrong with the barrier on the Herb Mountain. Then, she told Yu Qian what had happened. However, she deliberately skipped the part where Little Hachi had attacked. It wasn't that she wanted to cover up for Little Hachi, but as a divine envoy, she had been slapped by someone who had just arrived at the illusory god palace and didn't even have a bloodline totem. This matter was too embarrassing in itself. If this matter were to spread, she would really lose her face. Anyway, she had plenty of ways to get back at him. After speaking, Yu Qian didn't speak for a long time. Shu Jing was a little nervous. Second divine envoy, what happened to your face? Yu Qian suddenly asked. Shu Jing was startled. Then, she suddenly realized something. There was still a palm print on her face. She had actually forgotten about this matter. Just now, she had rushed over in a hurry. Her mind was only thinking about the barrier. How could she remember this? In the end, Yu Qian saw it. Shu Jing lowered her head in embarrassment. Yu Qian asked, Was this slapped by Little Hachi? Shu Jing braced herself and nodded. Yu Qian suddenly laughed. Shu Jing, you are the 8th divine envoy. How could you be slapped like this? What are you doing? Seeing that Yu Qian was angry, Shu Jing's heart skipped a beat. It's because she attacked too suddenly. I didn't check in. Yu Qian looked at her coldly. Shu Jing's remaining words were suddenly stuck in her throat. Her face was green and white. After a long time, she finally said. Shu Jing is incompetent. You are indeed incompetent. Yu Qian didn't give Shu Jing any face. You are the divine envoy. How could you be slapped by such a person? If this news gets out, the entire palace of the illusory god will be humiliated because of you. Shu Jing lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. How did you deal with that Little Hachi? She paused and lowered her head even more. Not yet. At that time, the barrier suddenly, so, you were slapped, but you didn't do anything in the end. You just came back like this. Yu Qian's eyes were opened. This was simply throwing the face of the divine envoy to the ground and letting others trample on it at will. Sensing his anger, Shu Jing clenched her fists, but didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. She couldn't pretend that what had happened didn't happen. Even if she went back and killed that little Hachi now, she had already suffered this slap. This humiliation was something that would never be erased. Yu Qian took a deep breath. But that's not the most important thing. Shu Jing, after so long, you still haven't taken down that barrier. Shu Jing's face turned pale, and her legs went weak. In the past, you tried to control Herb Mountain and did a lot of dirty tricks in private. I didn't care much about it. Because in my opinion, it's not a bad thing for you to be ambitious. At the very least, it can help you solve the problem of the barrier more quickly and smoothly. But now, you used public power for private purposes. Not only did you alarm the emperor, but you didn't make any progress on the problem of the barrier at all. Shu Jing, you disappoint me too much. Shu Jing almost couldn't bear the series of accusations and reprimands. After a while, she finally managed to find her voice. Second divine envoy, that barrier, I tried my best, but it's not like you don't know how difficult it is to deal with. Yu Qian looked down at her with indifferent eyes. Of course I know that, but I've given you more than 10,000 years, and you still haven't solved it. This is no longer something that can be summarized with the word incompetent. Shu Jing's nails dug deep into her palms, and she felt a sharp pain. However, she was almost numb at this time and couldn't care less about this. That barrier wasn't set up by me in the first place. It's so difficult to control it. Chapter 23:34. On the other side, little Hachi and Jian Fengqi returned to their residence. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a familiar figure. It was Yan Qing. Seeing little Hachi and Jian Fengqi come in together, Yan Qing stopped and took the initiative to speak for the first time. You went to the Herb Mountain. Little Hachi walked over with a smile. Brother Yan Qing, how did you know? Yan Qing paused and pursed his lips. Little Hachi saw his reaction and was very happy. This person really couldn't stand a little teasing, but it happened that this kind of person was the most interesting to tease. Little Hachi stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Yan Qing, you seem to be very concerned about me. Yan Qing looked down and glanced at her hand. He saw that half of the gorgeous nail polish on one of her fingers had fallen off. He narrowed his eyes. Did you fight with someone? Little Hachi was surprised. How did you know? Following Yan Qing's gaze, she realized and couldn't help but click her tongue. Your eyes are really sharp. Alas, it's nothing. There was a woman who was annoying, so I gave her a slap. His words were really casual and carefree. Jian Fengqi said faintly. She slapped the eighth oracle, Shu Jing. Little Hachi pursed her red lips. Who told her to scold master first? Giving her a slap is already a light punishment. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yan Qing quickly understood what happened. Then he frowned slightly. She didn't fight back and let you go just like that. Little Hachi laughed. She can't even take care of herself. How can she have time to care about me? With that, she turned and walked towards her room. I'm tired today, so I'll rest first. Don't disturb me. Before she finished speaking, she had already entered the room. Yan Qing's eyes moved slightly. After a while, he looked away and was about to leave. Hey, Lord Yan Qing! Jian Fengqi shouted. Yan Qing looked back at him with cold eyes. What's the matter? Jian Fengqi's eyelids twitched. What? Little Hachi slapped the eighth oracle. Even if you're an iceberg, please give some reaction. Why doesn't everyone seem to care about this matter? He couldn't help coughing and reminded him. Little Eight really slapped the eighth divine emissary in the face. I heard it. Yan Qing was a man of few words, and there was no change in his expression. Jian Fengqi choked and pounded his chest twice. Forget it, he couldn't afford to offend them. They're all really Hachis. Since everyone didn't care, why was he worries he, Yenes at this moment, a voice suddenly came from another room. Dong! It sounded like something had fallen over. Jian Fengqi looked over and saw that it was Mu Hongyu's room. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over and knocked on the door. Hongyu, what's wrong? In the room, Mu Hongyu grimaced in pain as she stood up from the floor. Then, she held the chair up. I'm fine. Hearing that her voice was full of energy, Jian Fengqi was relieved. He wanted to go in and take a look, but he gave up in the end. He knew that Mu Hongyu had been cultivating recently, trying to break through to the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. She would encounter some troubles and problems. It was a simple matter. After thinking about it, Jian Fengqi gave a few more words of advice before turning to leave. When he looked back, Yan Qing was already gone. You're really not worried, Jian Fengqi shook his head. Hearing the footsteps outside leave, Mu Hongyu hissed and gently rubbed her shoulders. The Mahayana realm was really hard to cultivate. She tried all kinds of methods, but she still couldn't break through. Instead, she would often run to other places for no reason. Fortunately, she hadn't gone to any strange places so far. But in this illusory god palace, she had to be extra careful. She indignantly took out the map that Chu Luiyue had left behind and started studying it. Phoenix Cry Mountain. The mountain breeze blew, and a tender green two-tian baby was swaying gently. Dumpling sat alone on the side, cultivating. Below her, there was a layer of reddish-gold flames burning silently. The surrounding energy quickly surged into her body. The aura surged, and the pressure was prominent. After opening her seventh meridian, her cultivation speed had obviously increased a lot. After all, even Yi Zhao had only opened his seventh meridian. Now that she had reached such a level before officially becoming an adult, it was really heaven-defying. After a long time, Dumpling finally stopped and slowly opened her eyes. Those big black grape-like eyes seemed to have become clearer and brighter than before, and a bright light flashed through them. Sigh. So boring, Dumpling let out a long breath. Her small hands were holding her cheeks, and her chubby little face was full of worry. Although it was comfortable to stay here, it was really lonely to be alone. The key was that you wasn't in the illusory god palace, and she couldn't find anyone to talk to. Dumpling sighed again. She suddenly sensed something and quickly turned her head to take a look. There was nothing behind him, nothing at all. Dumpling blinked. Strange. She clearly felt a pair of eyes looking at her just now. Dumpling's big eyes turned and retracted her gaze. She reached out and gently touched the two-tian baby's leaves. It grew very quickly here, and now it had 5 leaves. Verdant and tender, full of vitality. As if affected by it, Phoenix Cry Mountain seemed to be more lively than before. At the foot of the mountain, some green sprouts had already grown on the originally bare ground. Although it had just grown out not long ago, it looked exceptionally pleasing to the eye. When will I be able to open my 9th meridian? Dumpling muttered softly. In the past, she didn't care much about this matter. Even if she knew that she had the purest bloodline, she didn't think too much about it. But now it was different. Only by opening the 9th meridian could he save Grandpa Chief. Moreover, only by being strong enough could he protect Yu. As she spoke, she suddenly struck out with a backhand attack. A cluster of reddish gold flames flew out. Come out. Chapter 23:35. This time, she hit nothing. No one appeared, not even a trace was left behind. It seemed like there was really nothing. Tuanzi didn't believe it. She stood up and ran over. Then she searched carefully in all directions. What, running so fast? She could not help but mutter under her breath. She was sure that someone was watching her in the dark. Unfortunately, she could not find out who it was. She put one hand on her waist and shouted at the empty void in front of her. If you have the ability to secretly watch me, then don't be afraid to come out. No one responded. Dumpling pouted angrily. I'm going to be angry. Still, no one responded. Tuanzi was so angry that she turned around to leave and sat down again. Whoosh, as if sensing her anger, the energy of heaven and earth around Fengming Mountain suddenly surged quickly. In addition, the two Tian baby was also shaking, making the movement even louder. Puff! A reddish gold flame suddenly burned not far in front of Dumpling. Puff puff. With the first one taking the lead, the rest naturally flowed smoothly. A few more bursts of flames erupted from the mountain rocks. Soon, these energies all rushed into Dumpling's body. They were purer and faster than the previous ones. Dumpling's entire body was quickly wrapped in flames, and her aura was constantly rising. She did not believe that when she was more powerful, she would definitely be able to catch the other party. God-slaying mound. Dark clouds gathered, and the sky was dark. Under the gloomy sky, the space distorted and turned into vortexes, crazily accumulating energy. And Chu Luiyue was standing in the middle of these countless vortexes. She closed her eyes, and her slender white fingers plucked the void. The sound of the zither rose into the air. And in the depths of this tomb, there was also a guqin music, which was constantly responding to her. Every note, every tone, was perfectly matched. Chu Liuyue's blood rushed in her body, as if something was about to break out. At a certain moment, the last guqin music finally fell, hovering in the empty and boundless wilderness for a long time. She suddenly opened her eyes. Then, she waved her hand gently, and the countless vortexes above fell down one after another. One by one, they entered the stone beside Chu Liuyue's feet. Countless holes were torn in the void, and for a time, violent spatial turbulence surged. At first glance, the surrounding space was like a soft and fragile piece of cloth that could be easily torn apart. However, these did not pose any threat to Chu Liuyue. Those terrifying auras only lingered in their own positions and did not approach Chu Liuyue at all. Of course, it was very likely that this was because the more terrifying part of the spatial energy was actually under her control. Chu Liuyue raised his hand. A stone at his feet flew over and entered his interspatial ring. Then, the second piece, the third piece. Chu Liuyue was a little worried that the interspatial ring would not be able to withstand the power and pressure of these stones, but he was surprised to find that his worry was completely unnecessary. The interspatial ring didn't seem to be affected at all when the last stone entered it. It was silent, tolerant, and powerful. She stared at the interspatial ring, and then said to Rong Xiao, "This ring is really much more powerful than I expected." This ring was given to her by Rong Xiao, and it was the most precious treasure of the Yuntian Tower. Rong Xiao smiled and said, "Yes. Of course, anything given to you is the best." Chu Liuyue's heart warmed. Then, she raised her eyes and looked forward with a slightly serious expression. Rong Xiao asked, "Do you have the whereabouts of the zither score?" Chu Liuyue nodded and then shook her head. "Actually, if I'm not wrong, that zither score should already be in my hands." Rong Xiao raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. Chu Liuyue pondered for a moment, as if she was thinking about how to explain. Every note of the last zither score is hidden in the void. So just now, when I used the 2 zither scores to summon the third one, such a scene appeared. The void was constantly twisting and collapsing, and vortexes appeared one after another. The third zither score was successfully summoned, but because it had completely merged with the void and was cut into 3,000 pieces, in the end, there was not a single complete piece. Of course, to be precise, there were the broken tombstones. Now, they were all lying in Chu Liuyue's interspatial ring. In this way, it was not wrong to say that she had already obtained the zither score. It was just that, she probably still needed to completely piece it together and reassemble it. No wonder Senior Ah Jing didn't notice the existence of the last zither score back then. Chu Liyue rubbed between her eyebrows, feeling a headache. She was the last one to realize this. In other words, the last zither score hasn't merged with the first 2. Rong Xiao said. Chu Liyue nodded. I guess. I need to wait until I can completely control these stones. However, those represented the power of 3,000 spatial forces. Even though she already had a close connection with these spatial powers, how could it be so easy to completely control them? Even the stones she obtained from the high god tombs were occasionally not obedient, let alone these stones. Rong Xiao nodded, his thin lips curling slightly. But the thing is already in your hands. Completely merging is only a matter of time. Yes. Chu Liyue let out a long sigh of relief. As long as she reassembled the last zither score and merged it with the first 2, all the problems would be solved. Since this matter is over, we should return to the illusory god palace as soon as possible. I wonder how the 2 divine envoys are doing now. As she spoke, she saw Rong Xiao raise his chin. I'm afraid we'll have to wait. Chu Liyue followed his gaze and raised her eyebrows. Lu Feng and Qi Han were still in the same place, enveloped in divine territory, constantly devouring the power around them. And the aura around them was several times stronger than before. Chu Liyue's eyes flashed as she murmured softly. Are they about to break through to Venerable God? Digression, I'm going out today. I don't want everyone to wait, so I'll owe you one. Mwah. Chapter 23:36. As soon as she said that, Lu Feng's aura surged. Almost at the same time, a heavy pressure spread out from Qi Han's body. The 2 of them had both broken through to God. Chu Liyue looked up at the sky. In the dark sky, the spatial rifts that had been torn apart were repairing themselves. But there was no Tianlei. Generally speaking, when one broke through to God, it would cause a huge commotion with the Tianlei. Those with greater talent and strength would even attract a golden Tianlei. Chu Liyue had been like that. But now, perhaps because the lightning pool in the illusory god palace was sealed, there was no Tianlei at all. Chu Liyue frowned slightly. Although the 2 of them had successfully broken through to God, it felt like something was missing. After a while, the surging aura around Lu Feng and Qi Han finally calmed down. The 2 of them stood up. Master. Chu Liyue's lips curved into a smile. You 2 are really efficient. The threshold to God was not so easy to cross. For example, little Hachi showed no signs of breaking through until now. Not to mention that the energy here was chaotic. It was rare to be able to break through under such circumstances. You 2 should follow us back to the illusory god palace later, Chu Liyue said thoughtfully. When the lightning pool opens, we can temper our divine bodies. The 2 of them answered in unison. Chu Liyue looked ahead. The black wall stood in the distance. After such a big commotion, Senior Ah Jing did not respond. Chu Liyue murmured strangely. She wanted to go and take a look, but after careful consideration, Chu Liyue dismissed the idea. Senior Ah Jing was powerful. If he did not plan to come out, he must have his own considerations. She did not need to disturb him. Chu Luiyue made up her mind. Back to the illusory god palace. After making the decision, the group quickly returned. Since Lu Feng and Qi Han had broken through to the god realm, they moved very quickly. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the shore of the illusionary god ocean. Unlike the bustling atmosphere in the past, this place was completely empty. At a glance, there was only a tall man standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This back view looked somewhat familiar, as if sensing their movements, that person turned around. Senior Mao Jin. It was indeed him. Chu Lu was very surprised. Why did you suddenly come? Mao Jin stroked his beard. This old man has already laid down heavy guards at Divine Dragon Island. I thought that I should come here to take a look, so I came over. Now, all the experts of the Divine Ruins world were heading over here. There was no need for him to say anything. With Mao Jin around, Chu Luiyue immediately felt more at ease. She nodded her head and looked around her again. Why are you alone here? Mao Jin said, when this old man came, there wasn't anyone here. I was just about to go up when I bumped into you guys. Hey, where did you guys go? Chu Luiyue smiled. Because of some matters, I returned to the god-slaying tomb. Mao Jin was a little surprised. Didn't you say that the seventh divine envoy guards the heavenly gate very strictly? Why? This doesn't seem to be the first time she came out, right? Is the seventh divine envoy so easy to talk to? Chu Luiyue smiled and said, yes. Yeah, he didn't seem too happy. But so what? Mao Jin was speechless. Looking at Chu Luiyue's nonchalant expression, Mao Jin deeply felt that her question was really not up to standard. I should have known that this girl wouldn't be willing to reason under such circumstances. What a coincidence that we arrived at the same time. Mao Jin chuckled. Even though this old man has long heard of the illusionary god palace, this is my first time here. Chu Luiyue had briefly chatted with him before. The great phoenix dragon's ancestor, Mao Lin, also came from the illusionary god palace. But later, these two ancient divine beasts left the illusionary god palace. Now Chu Luiyue already knew some of the rumors back then, so he guessed that the departure of the great phoenix dragon and the crimson gold heavenly phoenix should also be related to that incident. But the specific truth was hard to say. Chu Luiyue raised his hand. Senior Mao Jin, please. Passing over the illusionary god sea again, Chu Luiyue could vaguely feel that he seemed to be able to vaguely feel that several spatial forces below were intertwining with each other. In the silence, undercurrents were surging. Chu Luiyue glanced down and frowned slightly. Rong Xiu noticed her movements and looked over. Chu Luiyue said softly, this illusionary god sea is really more powerful than expected. She had already faintly sensed that what she saw last time was actually just the tip of the iceberg. Diwu Zhangzhou was trapped in the deepest part of this sea. If they wanted to rescue him, they indeed needed to make sufficient preparations. Then, they successfully reached the silver bridge and walked toward the divine gate. Just as they arrived in front of the divine gate, the barrier opened automatically. Chu Luiyue was stunned. The so-called divine gate doesn't seem that difficult to enter. As Mao Jin spoke, he stepped into it. Chu Luiyue was about to stop him when he saw that Mao Jin had already walked in. Then, nothing happened. Everything was as usual. Chu Luiyue waited for a while, but the seventh divine envoy didn't appear. Mao Jin turned around and waved at them. What are you waiting for? Come here. Rong Xiu held Chu Luiyue's hand and walked in. Lu Feng and Qi Han followed closely behind. After entering, Chu Luiyue looked around. This place was empty as usual, but there seemed to be a slight difference. It seemed to be more deserted than before. The seventh god is so busy that he doesn't even guard the divine gate. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes slightly. Jin Yunlai wasn't such a person. Besides, even if he really had something to do, he could have asked the other divine envoys for help. But there was nothing. Perhaps he was delayed by something. Mao Jin asked. What could be more important than guarding the divine gate? This was the only entrance to the illusory god palace. Its importance was needless to say. Swoosh! A sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. Chu Luiyue and the others looked up and saw a figure passing through the air, heading in the direction of the illusory god palace. Wait, the illusory god palace. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat as he stared at that person. He didn't turn in any other direction. He was heading straight for the illusory god palace. Soon, another person was heading in another direction. He wasn't slow, as if he was in a hurry to do something. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. The illusory god palace was sacred and honorable. Most people here could only look at it from afar. What was going on this time? Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's go and take a look." Chapter 23:37. They followed the star path to the palace of the illusory god. The deeper they went, the stranger Chu Luiyue felt. In the past, both sides of the star path were quite lively, but now it was deserted. It was really strange. Did the people here all go to the palace of the illusory god? Chu Luiyue murmured doubtfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he bumped into an acquaintance. Senior Xiao Ran. Seeing that familiar figure, Chu Luiyue immediately spoke. Xiao Ran had his arms crossed and was walking over lazily. When he heard this voice, he immediately turned around. He smiled when he saw Chu Luiyue. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Mao Jin and the rest from the corner of his eyes. He had seen Rongxiu before, but the other three were extremely unfamiliar. His heart skipped a beat and he guessed something. These few came with you this time. Chu Luiyue nodded and then introduced them. Senior Xiao Ran, this is Senior Mao Jin. Hearing this name, Xiao Ran's expression changed slightly. Mao. Great Phoenix Dragon Clan. Senior Mao Jin is the clan leader of the Great Phoenix Dragon Clan. Chu Luiyue explained. Xiao Ran thought to himself. He felt that this person looked unusual just now, but her identity still surprised him. So it's clan leader Mao Jin. Xiao Ran smiled and cupped his hands, but his heart was filled with emotions. This little girl was a bit too powerful. First, she made an agreement with the young master of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Now, it seemed that she had a good relationship with the clan leader of the Great Phoenix Dragon Clan. It was difficult for ordinary people to even see an ancient divine beast, but she had a good relationship with both clans at the same time. Except for the fact that she didn't have a bloodline totem, everything else was really heaven-defying. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Feng and Qi Han behind him. These two, they looked very young, but they were already gods. Chu Luiyue glanced back. The two immediately bowed. Lu Feng, Qi Han, greets Senior Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was very surprised. You. These two are also your subordinates. Chu Luiyue nodded. Xiao Ran was speechless. It was one thing for her to become a god at such a young age, but her subordinates were all so powerful as well. How could he let others live? Were these people really ordinary people from the Divine Ruins world who didn't even have a bloodline totem? Xiao Ran felt a sense of crisis and defeat. Chu Luiyue asked. Senior Xiao Ran, where are you going? I just saw that some people seem to be heading towards the palace of the illusory god. Xiao Ran said, of course I'm going to watch the show. Oh, that's right. You guys just came back, so you don't know yet. The Divine Lord is going to help the sixth Divine Envoy reconstruct his divine body. This kind of thing was hard to come by in 10,000 years, so everyone passed by. It was just a short sentence, but it contained too much information. Chu Liuyue's heart trembled violently. Divine Master. If he didn't guess wrong, wasn't that the Lord of the illusory God Palace? The Divine Master is coming out. No, Xiao Ran said. The Divine Master is in charge of the palace of the illusory God and is extremely sacred. Other than the Divine Envoys, no one can see him. Besides, the Divine Master is extremely powerful. Even if he doesn't come out of the palace of the illusory God, it's easy for him to rebuild the divine body of the sixth Divine Envoy. Chu Luyue pursed his lips and felt a bit disappointed. But when he thought about it carefully, it was actually normal. Even the palace of the illusory God was so difficult to enter, so the Divine Master was naturally even more difficult to meet. But, if this was a small matter for the Divine Master, he could have done it in private. Why did he have to make it public? And the sixth Divine Envoy, the Divine Envoys are all powerful people. Why doesn't the sixth Divine Envoy have a divine body? Of course it's because, Xiao Ran paused, looked around, and then lowered his voice. The sixth Divine Envoy used to have a divine body, but I heard that he went out of the palace of the illusory God a while ago, and when he came back, his divine body was already damaged. It wasn't a big deal. With the sixth Divine Envoy's identity and strength, he could go to the lightning pool and borrow the power of Tianlei to rebuild his divine body. But, isn't the lightning pool sealed? So now we can only ask the Divine Master for help. What happened to the sixth Divine Envoy that even his divine body was damaged? Chu Luyue was very surprised. According to the ranking, the sixth Divine Envoy's status was slightly higher than the seventh Divine Envoy. How did he end up in such a state? Who knows? Xiao Ran shook his head. Let's go and take a look. It's rare to see the Divine Master personally take action. Perhaps it would be beneficial to improve your cultivation after seeing it. Chu Liuyue's lips curled up. Rebuilding a divine body, she was very experienced in this matter. But Xiao Ran was right. After all, it was the Divine Master's action. The significance of it was incomparable. Okay. The group was about to go and take a look when they suddenly heard footsteps from the side. Chu Luyue turned his head and saw that it was Yan Qing. Your Highness. He came in front of Rong Xiao and bowed respectfully. Then, he handed over a letter with both hands. An urgent letter from the Yuntian Tower. Please take a look. Rong Xiao raised his hands to take it, opened it, and glanced at it with narrowed eyes. A faint chill surged out of his body. Chu Luyue asked curiously. Rong Xiao, what's wrong? Rong Xiao put the letter away. There's a small problem. For Rong Xiao to say this, it definitely isn't a small trouble. Chu Luyue said, then, do you want to go back and take a look? Rong Xiao shook his head. I'll go back to my place first. I'll find you after I've taken care of the matter. Chu Luyue nodded. There's no hurry. The Yuntian Tower is more important. As for the palace of the illusory God, she just wanted to see what was going on. Rong Xiao nodded and took Yan Qing in another direction. Chu Luyue also looked away. Let's go. Let's go to the palace of the illusory God. Of course, they couldn't enter the palace of the illusory God. They could only stand outside the door. When Chu Luyue and the others arrived, hundreds of people had already gathered outside the palace of the illusory God. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. At this time, they were all looking for something. Chu Luyue took a closer look and saw that there was a bronze mirror in front of the door, which was quietly floating in midair. A figure gradually appeared in the bronze mirror. Is that the sixth oracle? Chapter 23:38. Someone asked. That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't the divine body of the sixth divine envoy already destroyed? Someone in the crowd immediately retorted. Then who is this? I don't know. He looks quite young. I haven't seen him before either. The person in the mirror had his head lowered, so no one could see his face clearly. However, Chu Luiyue, who was standing behind the crowd, suddenly froze. That figure, that aura, she was clearly very familiar with it. A bold guess appeared in her mind, causing her to clench her fists. Her heart was hanging high in her throat. Following that person finally moved. He raised his hand and twisted his neck. His voice was lazy. So noisy, his voice was a little hoarse, and he was faintly lacking in energy. However, that casual tone still shocked Chu Luiyue. Lan Xiao. It's really him. She almost couldn't control herself as she quickly walked forward. There were already several layers of people in front of her. Originally, she wouldn't have been able to squeeze in, but at this moment, her movements were extremely fast and clean. Please make way. Hearing the voice, a few people who were curiously staring at the mirror turned their heads impatiently. What are you squeezing for? When they saw that the person standing behind was actually Chu Luiyue, their voices stopped abruptly. Chu Luiyue tried her best to suppress the emotions in her heart as she repeated herself. I said, please make way. How can you be so rude when you're asking for help? That face of his clearly had the words, get lost, written all over it, all right? A few people were dissatisfied and muttered to themselves. However, they didn't dare to offend her, so they all made way. You please. Who didn't know that Chu Luiyue was extremely arrogant in the Illusion God Palace? She even dared to talk back to the seventh divine envoy. She probably didn't cherish her life, and her combat strength was extremely strong. If she really wanted to be unreasonable, who could do anything to her? Thus, due to various considerations, no one wanted to provoke her. If they could, they would. If they could, they would. Soon, a wide path appeared in front of her. Chu Luiyue thanked them and walked over. Xiao Ran made a tisk sound. He had been in the illusory god palace for so many years, but he wasn't even half as intimidating as this little girl. There was really no comparison between people. Seeing that Mao Jin and the others had already caught up, he also went forward with a smile. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Many people around were secretly annoyed when they heard this, but they could only endure it. There was nothing he could do about it. There were some people he could not afford to offend. Chu Luiyue quickly came to the front. Standing there, he was only 10 steps away from the bronze mirror. Thus, he could clearly see everything inside. Her eyes were fixed on the person in the mirror. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground with one of his long legs bent and his elbow resting on his knee. Even though he couldn't see his face clearly, Chu Luiyue was certain of his identity just from his unique lazy and carefree aura. As if sensing something, he raised his head and looked over. A handsome and elegant face entered Chu Luiyue's eyes. Her heart felt like it had been hammered by something. This was a completely unfamiliar face. She had seen countless faces that Lan Xiao had transformed into, but none of them were the same as this one. It turned out that this was his true appearance. But for some reason, the moment she saw this face, she was actually certain that he was him. Perhaps it was because that similar expression, as well as that playful gaze that had never changed from looking at the mortal world with a smile. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but take half a step forward. However, just as she moved, she was stopped by an invisible barrier. Chi Han immediately asked in a low voice, Master, are you all right? Chu Luiyue shook her head, indicating that she was fine. However, her gaze was still fixed on Lan Xiao. Obviously, Lan Xiao could see her too. The moment their eyes met, he first revealed a hint of joy. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Chu Luiyue noticed the change in his expression. Just as she was puzzled, she heard Lan Xiao cursing in a low voice. Mother ***, how ruthless. His voice wasn't loud, but Chu Luiyue, who was standing nearby, heard it clearly. She frowned slightly. But in the next moment, she knew why Lan Xiao had such a reaction. A long black whip suddenly fell and hit Lan Xiao's back harshly. Smack! The loud and sharp sound of the whip came suddenly and fiercely, instantly silencing everyone who was watching. Everyone was taken aback and subconsciously tensed up. Wasn't he helping the sixth divine envoy reconstruct her divine body? Then who was this young man who was being hit now? And this time, it was extremely ruthless. With one whip, it immediately tore open the skin and flesh. Lan Xiao staggered from the hit and almost fell to the ground, but he managed to support himself with one arm. Dark red blood stains gradually spread from his shoulder. Even though the injury was on his back, everyone could guess how serious the injury was when they saw his pale face and trembling lips. The originally noisy crowd fell into dead silence. Chu Luiyue clenched her teeth and stared at everything in the mirror. Lan Xiao seemed to be trapped in a cage at this moment. The surroundings were dark and cramped, and there was only a lamp hanging on the back wall. But that lamp was obviously left behind so that everyone could clearly see Lan Xiao's battered and exhausted appearance. Other than that, there were no other clues. It was impossible to determine where this was. Smack! That long whip fell again. Lan Xiao regained his senses, clenched his teeth, and grabbed it with his bare hands. A muffled sound was heard. That long whip was caught in his hand. However, it was only for a moment. In the next second, that long whip was suddenly pulled out by an even stronger force, bringing a string of blood. Lan Xiao groaned, and his hand was instantly a mess of flesh and blood. The moment he grabbed the long whip, countless sharp barbs grew out of it. The moment he touched that whip, Lan Xiao knew it was bad, but it was too late to stop. In the end, he was hit by this. Lan Xiao lowered his head and looked at his hand. The wound was badly mutilated, and it was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. He licked his lips, and the rich, sweet, and fishy taste made his heart even more frustrated. Ha, your methods are as dirty as always. Lan Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his lips curled into an extremely evil smile as he scolded. Who was he talking to? The master god from the palace of the illusory god. But why did it sound like they already knew each other? Also, there seemed to be a deep hatred between the two of them. Chu Luiyue had never seen Lan Xiao have such a strong hatred for anyone. No one answered his words, but that whip was raised again and brought down. This time, it was aimed at Lan Xiao's face. Chapter 2339. Lan Xiao cursed in his heart and attacked again. However, this time, the black whip's speed was even faster than his. Smack! A bloody gash appeared on Lan Xiao's face. The wound was at least an inch long and instantly destroyed half of his face. Chu Luiyue's heart seemed to be clenched tightly by something. Lan Xiao usually cared about his appearance the most, especially his current face, which was only restored after he reconstructed his godly body. Just like that, he lashed out in front of so many people. The impact on him was self-evident. Lan Xiao tilted his head and didn't move for a long time. The crowd in front of the bronze mirror held their breaths unconsciously. Even though the whip didn't hit them, they still felt a chill down their spines when they looked at it through the mirror. If it landed on them. After a long time, Lan Shao finally raised his hand and touched the wound on his face. It was extremely painful, sticky, and sweet. The smile on his face gradually froze. Of course, he knew why the other party did this. It was nothing more than using the most intense method to humiliate and trample him in all aspects. The other party knew what he cared about the most and purposely destroyed it. There was nothing more painful than this. Chu Luiyue clenched her teeth, and a layer of coldness enveloped her body. She had to expend a lot of energy to restrain her urge to rush forward. What kind of hatred did the godly master of the palace of the illusory god have with Lan Shao? Why did he use such a method to deal with him? He obviously wanted Lan Shao to suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice came from the mirror. "These 3 whips are your punishment." This voice seemed to come from an extremely distant and empty place. Every word and sentence was divine and oppressive. Chu Luiyue widened her eyes instantly, and shock flashed across her eyes. This voice clearly belonged to the owner of that eye. Immediately after, the crowd behind her responded in unison. "Greetings, godly master." Instantly, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder exploded beside her ear, causing Chu Luiyue's heart to tremble. "Godly master, godly master." She had long suspected that the owner of the eye had some kind of close relationship with the palace of the illusory god. Otherwise, the illusion of the illusory god palace would not have appeared in the Red Moon Desert. The owner of that eye had only decided to attack them after luring them into it. However, Chu Luiyue never would have thought that this person was actually the person with the highest status in the illusory god palace, and also the one who truly wielded power in the illusory god palace. For a moment, Chu Luiyue's mind was in a mess. Countless thoughts were overturned at this moment, and countless guesses gushed out one after another, filling her mind, causing her to be in a state of confusion. She took a deep breath. Compared to the previous time in the Red Moon Desert, the sound this time was actually a little different. It was less sinister and cold, and more sacred and dignified. Suddenly, it was very easy to make people feel respect and admiration and be willing to submit. Lan Shao sneered. "Punishment? You think you can punish him just because you want to? Who gave you the right?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This person is so arrogant. How dare he speak to the Master God like this? Shao Ran seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he looked at the person in the mirror suspiciously. "SSS, it can't be." Hearing his voice, Chu Luiyue turned around and glanced at him. When she saw his expression, Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. "Senior Shao Ran, you know him." Her voice was very soft, but the people around them were standing very close, so many of them heard it. Many people looked over. Shao Ran looked conflicted. I'm not too sure either. I just feel that this person seems a little familiar." Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time she had officially seen Lan Zhao's face, so why would Shao Ran find him familiar? He was a Xian master, so he definitely would not make a mistake in this kind of thing. "What do you mean?" Chu Luiyue asked sternly. Shao Ran paused, hesitated for a while, and then said, "From what I see, this person seems a little like Lord Second Priest." Second Priest? Chu Luiyue asked instinctively. "Who is that?" Shao Ran pursed his lips. It was obvious that he did not want to talk about this too much. This was the first time Chu Luiyue saw such a worried look on his face. Suddenly, someone in the crowd asked in surprise. "Second Priest? Is he the one who betrayed the Divine Master back then?" Clearly, Shao Ran was not the only one who had heard of this name. The crowd became restless. Seeing that the matter could no longer be hidden, Shao Ran gritted his teeth and said, "Back then, other than the divine envoys, there were also 2 high priests by the Divine Master's side. Because the Divine Master was indebted to these 2 for teaching him, their status was higher than that of the first divine envoy. But back then, for some reason, the two high priests and the crimson gold celestial phoenix joined hands and betrayed the illusory god palace. I thought that the two high priests had died in that chaotic battle, but who knew? He sighed. In that battle back then, countless cultivators in the illusory god palace were killed or injured. Even the divine envoys were all killed at that time. What? Chu Luiyue was shocked. All the divine envoys were killed. Then the ones now, they were chosen by the divine master later on. Xiao Ran said. That battle was very intense. Because he was young back then, he was lucky enough to escape death and only saw it from afar. But it had been tens of thousands of years, and he could no longer remember clearly what happened back then. So when Lan Shao appeared, he didn't recognize him immediately. But when he heard this voice, he recalled the past buried deep in his memory. Back then, this second priest was also so arrogant and unbridled. Because there weren't many people left in the illusory god palace at that time, and later, the higher-ups ordered them not to spread the news, so no one dared to mention it again. Coincidentally, Xiao Ran was one of them. Chu Liuyue's temples throbbed, and the blood in her body was about to boil. She opened her mouth and asked, then, what about the other high priest? You mean the high priest? Xiao Ran frowned and thought carefully for a while before shaking his head. That person made the same choice as the second priest back then. Since the second priest is still alive, then, maybe the high priest is still alive too. I just don't know why the divine master didn't kill the two high priests after they committed such a crime. Instead, he kept them until now and suddenly let them out. High priest, high priest. Chu Liuyue's heart seemed to be surging crazily. She tried her best to control herself and asked softly, Senior Xiao Ran, do you know the high priest's name? Xiao Ran shook his head. What kind of status did the two high priests have back then? How would I know this? Chu Luiyue didn't give up. Then, what about their appearance? Since you've seen the second priest, then you should know the high priest too, right? This. Xiao Ran thought for a while. I can't remember anything else. I only remember that the high priest wore the purple gold divine armor and had unparalleled divine power. Chapter 2340. In an instant, Chu Liuyue's brain buzzed. Purple gold. Godly armor. She murmured subconsciously. Then, she lowered her eyes and looked at the interspatial ring on her hand. There was a purple scale armor there, silent. Yes. Rumor has it that the purple gold godly armor was the #1 armor in the world personally forged by the high priest. It's a pity that the purple gold godly armor was damaged in that great battle, and the high priest himself. Xiao Ran shook his head. 10,000 years had passed, and the few memories he had in the first place had also become blurry. However, the scene of the fire burning in the palace of the illusory god, the flames soaring into the sky, and the godly armor falling apart, was deeply engraved in his mind. Even though he hadn't taken the initiative to think about it all these years, thinking about it now still made him sigh. It's not just me. Everyone who survived back then also thought that the two high priests had died. In the years that followed, the divine master reappointed the divine envoys, but no new high priests were chosen. Naturally, there were even fewer people who brought this up. Chu Luiyue fell silent and turned to look at the bronze mirror. High priest, second high priest, so this was the true identity of Debao and Lan Shao. How were they dead? They were clearly suppressed in the Red Moon Desert and couldn't come out for 10,000 years. Chu Luiyue was a little dazed, and she couldn't recover for a long time. Ever since they were captured and brought to the palace of the illusory god, Chu Luiyue didn't think that they might be from here. But, she would never have thought that these two people would have such honorable statuses. Then, other than the two of them, what about Diwu Zhangze? Thinking of this, she immediately asked. Senior Xiao Ran, is there a third high priest in the palace of the illusory god? Xiao Ran shook his head. No. After so many years, the palace of the illusory god only had those two high priests. Chu Liuyue's brows furrowed tightly. If Diwu Zhangze wasn't a high priest, then what was his identity? Why was he imprisoned in the same place as Debao and Lan Shao? She faintly felt that she seemed to have touched on some long-buried truth, but at the same time, there were many questions in front of her, making it difficult for her to distinguish. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Only then did she gradually feel her strength recover a little. The amount of information she had just received was simply too much, causing her entire body to go numb. Seeing that Chu Liuyue's expression didn't seem right, Xiao Ran asked worriedly, "What happened to you?" Chu Liuyue forced a smile and shook his head. "It's nothing. It's just that I suddenly know so many secrets. It's a little hard for me to digest them all at once." Xiao Ran immediately understood. This was normal. It would be difficult for anyone to react quickly after hearing so much at once. He comforted her. "Actually, it's all in the past. Don't take it to heart." Chu Liuyue didn't say anything. This matter concerned Debao, Lan Shao, and Diwu Zhangze. How could she not care? No wonder the profound formations that Debao had given her back then overlapped so much with the ones on the star path. As the high priest, wasn't it normal for him to know this? She closed her eyes and tossed aside the distracting thoughts in her mind. Then, she stared straight ahead. In the mirror, Lan Shao sneered. He could hear what they were saying. His reaction had already explained everything. "Lan Shao, you betrayed the palace of the illusory god back then, which was a capital offense. On account of our many years of friendship, I didn't take your life. I thought that 10,000 years would be enough for you to reflect, but now it seems that you're still as stubborn as ever. Since that's the case, today, I'll use your divine body to reconstruct the divine body of the sixth divine envoy. This way, you'll die a worthy death." That voice was still dignified. Every word and sentence was like a holy judgment. Lan Shao sneered and scolded, "Bah! I don't have any **T relationship with you. Don't **King flatter yourself." "Oh, right, I almost forgot, you don't have a face," smack. The black whip suddenly lashed out. After this whip flew out, it actually wrapped tightly around Lan Zhao's right arm. Drops of blood seeped out. Lan Zhao's facial features were distorted for a moment, and his face became even paler. It was obvious that this had caused him great pain. However, he actually endured it and didn't even let out a cry of pain. Chu Liuyue's heart was in her throat. That person wanted to use Lan Shao to reconstruct the divine body of the sixth divine envoy. What kind of method would that person use? After all, Lan Zhao's divine body was also reconstructed with great difficulty. Suddenly, her eyebrows twitched. Wait! There were 5 golden tianlei in Lan Zhao's body. Previously, Xiao Ran said that the lightning pool had been sealed, so the divine master wanted to do it personally. Then, this time, he actually wanted to forcefully take away the power of the tianlei in Lan Zhao's body and let the sixth god use it. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Lan Shao without a sound. "The sixth divine envoy!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Needless to say, Chu Liuyue could also tell that this translucent figure was the sixth divine envoy. But, why did it look strangely familiar? Chu Liuyue subconsciously frowned. At this moment, the sixth divine envoy suddenly turned his head. That was a face that Chu Liuyue would never forget no matter what. Her heart pounded as she blurted out in shock. "Mo Shiqin." Chapter 23:41. This person was indeed Mo Shiqian, who had self-destructed and escaped. Chu Luyue had been secretly sending people to investigate Mo Shiqian's whereabouts, but there had been no progress. She never expected that he was the sixth divine envoy. His divine body was destroyed, it was just that he had no choice but to self-destruct. Many people turned to look at her when they heard her voice. Xiao Ran asked curiously. You know the sixth divine envoy? That person had just returned a while ago. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have seen him before, right? And looking at her, it was obvious that she knew him long ago. Chu Luyue pursed her lips tightly. I guess so. However, it was the kind of acquaintance that made enemies. Xiao Ran was stunned. Chu Luyue sneered. They all said that the sixth divine envoy went out and only returned recently. But it turns out that he went to the divine ruins world. How interesting. Hearing her say this, Xiao Ran suddenly understood something. So she had seen him in the divine ruins world, but looking at Chu Luyue, it seemed like she had a deep enmity towards the sixth divine envoy. He thought for a while, but seeing Chu Luyue's tense and cold jaw, he swallowed his words. Of course, Mo Shiqian also saw Chu Luyue. A deep sense of fear and dread flashed across his eyes. Then he remembered that they were already in the illusory god palace, and Chu Luyue couldn't barge in and do anything. Only then did he relax a little. Thinking about the situation, Mo Shiqian's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he looked at Lan Xiao. Second priest, it seems that I'll have to trouble you this time. Lan Xiao sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you fight with me? This golden Tianlei power, even if I take the initiative to give it to you, can you afford it? His words were full of ridicule and contempt. Obviously, he didn't take Mo Shiqian seriously at all. I heard that you died very miserably back then. Why, now that only half of your soul is left, what are you still dreaming about? These two simple sentences accurately hit Mo Shiqian's sore spot. Firstly, his status was indeed incomparable to Lan Zhao's. Secondly, as a god's messenger, he was forced to self-destruct and escape by Chu Luyue. It was indeed embarrassing if word got out. After all, at that time, Chu Luyue's cultivation level was actually lower than his. Of course, this was also because a portion of his memories and strength had been sealed at that time. It was only after returning to the illusory god palace that he finally recovered. However, this only made him even more terrified. Because only at that moment did he realize what he had done in the past and offended those existences that he shouldn't have offended. After returning, Mo Shiqian stayed in his room for a long time. He was always on tenterhooks, afraid that the punishment would come. But for some reason, after such a long time, there was still no movement at all. And now, the God Lord wanted to help him reconstruct his god body. He finally calmed down. This also meant that the God Lord had made up his mind to protect him. Therefore, when he saw Chu Luyue now, although he still felt fear subconsciously, he wasn't too worried. After all, everything he did was to help the God Lord snatch the Guqin score. Thinking of this, Mo Shiqian felt more confident. Second priest, when you betrayed the God Lord and the illusory God Palace, you committed a capital crime. It's already the God Lord's mercy that you're still alive today. But not only are you ungrateful, you're also arrogant and don't have any remorse. What right do you have to criticize me? Lan Zhao's eyelids twitched. Dog, you're ugly enough. Don't talk so much so that you don't dirty my ears. You, Mo Shiqian was instantly enraged. No one would be happy to hear such words. But his rationality was still there. He knew that the more it was like this, the more he couldn't make a scene. Anyway, the God Lord and so many people were watching. This Lan Xiao could only be punished and humiliated. No matter how good his words were, the punishment and torture that he deserved would not be any less. Rip, there was the sound of clothes tearing. It was that black whip that wrapped around Lan Zhao's arm, and with a sudden tug, it tore his sleeve into pieces. Under the tattered clothes, there were bloody wounds. Lan Zhao cursed, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Chu Liuyue's heart trembled. That person planned to tear Lan Zhao's arm off just like that. The 5 golden Tianlei turned into his limbs and essence core, which helped him reconstruct his divine body. Now that the power of the Tianlei was forcefully extracted, then, Chu Liyue didn't dare to think about it anymore. Her mind spun wildly as she kept thinking. What other way could she save Lan Zhao? Countless thoughts appeared in her mind, but she rejected them. How could this be so easy? The person who wanted to harm Lan Zhao was the God Lord of the illusory God Palace. In this place, who else had a higher status than him? She couldn't do it forcefully. She might die before saving Lan Zhao. Who would be able to stop all of this openly? Lan Zhao gritted his teeth and used all his strength to resist. But everything was under the other party's control. If he could resist the other party, he wouldn't have been forcefully brought back and locked up. Now, he could only hold on for a short while even if he tried his best. If this continued, crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded. That arm of Lan Zhao's suddenly presented an extremely strange posture. The power of the black whip was too shocking, and it directly tore his arm off. The crowd quietened down. The atmosphere became deadly silent. Many people had complicated expressions and different reactions as they looked at the scene in front of them. All these years, the God Lord had been staying in the Illusion God Palace and had never come out. All the big and small matters in the Illusion God Palace were handed over to the God emissaries. Now that the God Lord finally made a move, he actually wanted to tear apart the second priest's divine body in front of everyone and forcefully extract his power to transfer to the 6th God emissary. Although the second priest chose to betray back then and deserved to be executed, this method was indeed too bloody and cruel. This was definitely more painful and torturous than killing him directly. Actually, to the many cultivators in the Illusion God Palace, they had seen all kinds of fighting and killing scenes. To be able to reach their current cultivation level, which one of them didn't have blood on their hands? But, the scene in front of them couldn't help but make some people feel uncomfortable. It was good that the God Lord wanted to help the 6th God emissary reconstruct his divine body, but he obviously wanted to use this opportunity to punish the second priest and make an example out of him at the same time, but the God Lord was the God Lord after all. It was not up to them to judge what was right or wrong. Rip. A piece of flesh on Lan Zhao's arm was violently torn apart. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. A bright golden light appeared and flickered silently. Because he used the golden Tianlei to reconstruct his divine body, Lan Zhao's bones were also golden. Soon after, the black whip tightened again. Chapter 23:42. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly broke through the air. Chu Liyue heard the noise and looked up instinctively. It was actually a golden stream of light. It was dazzling, holy, and powerful. It was wrapped in a heavy pressure, causing people to unconsciously feel reverence and submission. In an instant, the stream of light fell into the palace of the illusory god. Then, Chu Liyue and the others saw that the black whip that was tightly binding Lan Zhao's arm was suddenly covered by the golden light. In the next moment, the black whip seemed to have encountered something terrifying and quickly retreated. When Mo Shiqian saw this scene, a deep look of shock flashed across his face. He took a few steps back uncontrollably and almost fell to the ground. He looked like he was in a sorry state. Lan Zhao's tense body suddenly relaxed. When he saw the golden stream of light, he closed his eyes and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, He made a move. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. What was going on? Someone made a move and forcibly stopped the Divine Master? That low and hoarse voice contained a trace of suppressed anger as it asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? Emperor? Are you trying to interfere with the palace of the illusory god?" Instantly, this voice spread far and wide and clearly fell into everyone's ears. Almost everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Chu Luiyue was also shocked. Emperor! Emperor! It was actually this person who made a move. Xiao Ran, who was beside him, murmured, "How is this possible? Didn't the emperor never get involved in these things? How come this time?" Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xiao Ran and asked seriously, "Senior Xiao Ran, what is going on? What is the emperor's identity? Since he is so respected, why can't he interfere with the palace of the illusory god?" Xiao Ran took a deep breath and explained, "Because he is not the master of the palace of the illusory god. The emperor's status is indeed unparalleled because he is the one who inherited the heavenly Tao and controls thousands of deities in the world. Even the Divine Master can't be compared to him. Even the Divine Master was personally enlightened by the emperor to ascend to the heavens and become a deity. However, the monarch has never cared about anything. Even when the palace of the illusory god caused a ruckus, the monarch didn't interfere, right? However, I don't know what happened today, but it actually alarmed the emperor. His intention for stopping the Divine Master in front of so many people was obvious." Chu Luiyue's mind was full of thoughts. So that was how it was. No wonder the Divine Master had such a big reaction. Everyone present was also shocked. The Celestial Emperor's sudden move also showed his attitude. How could it not cause others to overthink? Then, a figure slowly appeared in the void. Chu Luiyue looked up and frowned. This person was not an emperor, but the one who had appeared at Herb Mountain that day. Just like last time, this person did not reveal his face or figure this time. He only said indifferently, the emperor had no such intention. Today, he acted only to punish the sixth divine envoy. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze mirror fell into a dead silence. Mo Shiqian's legs went weak and he looked panicked. He almost knelt on the ground. "It's coming. It's still coming. What did the sixth oracle do wrong?" After a long while, the Divine Master spoke. However, the anger and forbearance from before seemed to have dissipated a lot. The man chuckled. What did he do wrong? Those who should know clearly know. The Divine Master said no more. Chu Luiyue's eyes flashed. There was a deep meaning in his words. Mo Shiqian had done a lot of things in the world of divine ruins. This Divine Master obviously knew about it. Yes, the first divine envoy had sent Jiulong and Shi Yan, two divine envoys, to the god-slaying tomb to find the last Guqin score. It was obvious that the Divine Master wanted it. In this way, all the things that Mo Shiqian had done to her could be explained. But this seemed to have angered the emperor. Mo Shiqian can't be the sixth divine envoy. Since that's the case, why waste time and energy to reconstruct his divine body? That person laughed. Now that the emperor wants his life, you want to fight with the emperor. After a long while, that low and hoarse voice finally sounded. I don't dare. But the second priest's identity is special, especially to the palace of the illusory god. You don't need the emperor to remind you of this, right? Of course, if you insist, you can continue. But someone has to bear the consequences. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chu Luiyue finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't intend to interfere in Lan Zhao's matter, but in fact, he had blocked all paths. The Divine Master of the Palace of the Illusory God had no choice. Lan Zhao's life was saved. Sure enough, after a long silence, that voice said, "Since this is the emperor's intention, then, let's forget about it." But the second priest's mistake back then cannot be forgiven. He will still be detained in the palace of the illusory god and never be released. Lan Shao cursed and sneered. "Don't worry. I've lived longer than you. Wasn't it just enduring?" He had endured so many years. What was this short time? Sooner or later, the next moment, that golden light flew out and easily trapped Mo Shiqian. Everyone only heard a short and hurried scream. Then, Mo Shiqian's figure disappeared. All that was left was a streak of golden light that flew out from within. The figure in the void raised his hand and caught that light. Then, he left without hesitation. Almost at the same time, the bronze mirror floating in the air also flew out quickly and disappeared behind the door of the palace of the illusory god. The commotion ended abruptly just like that. Everyone didn't even have time to figure out what had happened before they realized that everything had calmed down. Many people looked at each other. Clearly, they hadn't digested what had just happened. Chu Luiwei rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. No matter what, Lan Shao had escaped. Also, after this incident, the divine master of the palace of the illusory god shouldn't do anything similar to him anymore. It wasn't hard to tell from the words just now that Lan Shao had a trump card that made the other party wary. As for what it was hard to say, but it was still a good thing. I wonder how Mo Shiqian offended the emperor. He was actually stripped of his position as the sixth divine envoy. Shao Ran murmured strangely. Chu Luiwei clenched his fists. Because he was too nervous just now, his hands were cold and numb. Only now did they recover slightly. The commotion is over. Let's go back. At the same time, the divine envoys in the palace of the illusory god all had different reactions when they heard what had happened to Mo Shiqian. Bang! She swept all the things on the table to the floor with a single sweep. This Mo Shiqian, how dare he lie to me? Chapter 23:43. The bottles and jars on the table fell to the ground and shattered instantly. All kinds of pills rolled out. A rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. But at this moment, Xu Jing only felt nauseous when she smelled this smell. Because this only reminded her of how she had done her best to help Mo Shiqian refine medicine during this period of time. She knew that Mo Shiqian went out to help the divine master, so after Mo Shiqian came back, she tried her best to please him. Mo Shiqian lost his divine body. It was obvious that he had done his best for the divine master and accidentally ended up like this. Since it was already like this, even if he didn't take credit, he should at least take credit for his hard work. The divine master would definitely treat Mo Shiqian differently because of this and take special care of him, right? This was Xu Jing's truest and most certain thought. She was ranked 8th and did not have an advantage. Some time ago, she had angered the emperor. Not only did she lose control of the herb mountain, but she also almost lost the position of the 8th divine envoy. Of course, she needed to rope in a backer. The 6th divine envoy, Mo Shiqian, was the person she chose. Although his ranking was not at the top, he was still stronger than her. Moreover, he had damaged his divine body for the divine master. Once he recovered, wouldn't his future be limitless? The other divine envoys were all capable. They knew that she was already disliked by the emperor, so why would they come to her side? Therefore, after many considerations, only the 6th divine envoy was the best choice. Even if Mo Shiqian was gloomy and suspicious and spoke rudely several times, she endured it. She only wanted to wait for him to reconstruct his divine body so that he could be of help. Later, when she heard that the divine master would personally make a move, she was even more delighted. This meant that Mo Shiqian's status on the divine master's side was definitely not low. Therefore, early in the morning, she began to wait excitedly. Who knew that after waiting for so long, not only did Emo Shiqian not reconstruct his divine body, but she also received the emperor's punishment. Emo Shiqian's position as the divine envoy was revoked and he was even taken away. Even a fool would know that what awaited him was only a dead end. And all her previous thoughts were in vain. Xu Jing was still angry, so she smashed everything in the room again. From the looks of it, Emo Shiqian knew that he had offended the emperor, but he did not say anything. As long as there was a chance to salvage the situation, the divine master would not give up on him so easily. Xu Jing hated Emo Shiqian to the core. Although she had kept a low profile, the divine envoys of the palace of the illusory god should know that she had been helping Emo Shiqian recently. Now that Emo Shiqian was like this, she might be implicated. This was truly one disaster after another. Jin Yunlai happened to pass by the door and heard the sounds of things being smashed. She stopped in her tracks and shook her head. Xu Jing was really too smart for his own good. She thought that everything was under her control, but she didn't know that many things had already deviated from the original track. In the end, the one who was tricked the most was the one who suffered the most. Emo Shiqian's position as the divine envoy had been revoked, which proved that the emperor's previous warning was not just for show. If Xu Jing continued like this, it would end up the same way sooner or later. But actually, his own situation wasn't any better. Thinking of what had happened before, he clenched his fists and continued to walk forward. Chu Luiyue and the others walked towards their residence. But after taking a few steps, a figure appeared out of the corner of her eye. She stopped in her tracks and looked in that direction. In the distance, a person was kneeling under the wall of the palace of the illusory god. Mu Yafeng. Unlike before, her clothes were a little messy, and a few strands of her hair were scattered. She knelt there silently with her head lowered, looking very disheveled. Obviously, she didn't want to kneel. What happened to her? Chu Luiyue asked. Xiao Ran followed her line of sight and clicked her tongue. You mean her? She was caught cheating on the star path. She has been kneeling for a few days. Cheating? Yes. I heard that the seventh divine envoy taught her a lot in private, which allowed her to break several Xian arrays in succession. The first divine envoy found out about this and punished her severely. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Previously, she did find it a little strange because she knew clearly that Mu Yafeng's talent was not enough to support her breaking those Xian arrays in succession. But at that time, she was busy with her own matters and didn't pay much attention to it. She didn't expect that Jin Yunlai helped her in private. The seventh divine envoy. Why would she do this? Wasn't this a little too bold? Who knows? Anyway, not only was Mu Yafeng punished by kneeling, she was also stripped of the right to walk the star path. From now on, she is not allowed to take a step on the star path. Xiao Ran laughed, but his expression was a little cold. Now, many people are suspecting that her previous performance was due to the help of the seventh divine emissary. Things had become so ugly, it was no wonder that people would think so much. But, if she can't walk the star path, doesn't that mean that she can no longer enter the palace of the illusory god and ascend to the heavens and become a god? Yes. But who can be blamed for this? Xiao Ran shrugged. Originally, if she cultivated honestly and comprehended one by one, there might be some hope. But now, she couldn't take it anymore and cut off all her escape routes. She just deserved it. He didn't know how many years he had been trapped in the last Xian formation, but he didn't think of using any other methods. This Mu Yafeng was so powerful that she could make the seventh divine envoy do this for her. Chu Luiyue paused. Didn't the seventh divine envoy help to plead for mercy? How can the seventh divine envoy care about this? Now, even he has been stripped of the right to control the star path. By the way, you just came back, so you don't know about this. Chu Luiyue didn't know what to say for a moment. She had only been away for a short period of time, and so many things had happened. Then who is in charge of the star path now? I heard that it was handed over to the fifth divine envoy. But the fifth divine envoy isn't a Xian master, and I don't know why the first divine envoy chose him. We all thought that he would choose the 11th divine envoy, who is also a Xian master. Chu Liuyue's eyebrows twitched. By the way, the 9th and 10th divine envoys left the divine gate. Have they returned? Xiao Ran nodded. They returned a long time ago. But these two aren't in the illusory god palace now, but in the illusory god ocean. I heard that they made some mistakes, but we don't have the right to ask, and we only know the general idea. Mistakes? Chu Luiyue was stunned. Was it because they didn't succeed in bringing back the music score? But at that time in the god-slaying tomb, the two disappeared inexplicably. She didn't expect that they would be locked in the illusory god ocean after returning. She suddenly thought of something and asked. Senior Xiao Ran, have you seen the first divine envoy? He had even seen Lan Xiao and the others. Logically speaking, he should have some understanding of the first divine envoy, right? Xiao Ran paused. Are you asking about the previous one or the current one? Digression, 6:00. Chapter 2344. Chu Luiyue blinked and asked curiously, You've met these two before? Xiao Ran nodded, then shook his head. You can say that. But I've only seen them from afar. I don't really know them. Not to mention the previous one, he was still young at that time and didn't have much of an impression of him. And the current one. She was also very low-key and mysterious, rarely showing her face. Although Xiao Ran had stayed in the illusory god palace for a long time, he hadn't fully comprehended all the Xian formations on the star path and entered the illusory god palace, so he hadn't been able to get close to the first divine envoy. Not to mention him, even the other divine envoys couldn't see the first divine envoy's face in recent years. I wonder what the first divine envoy is busy with. I can't describe it, but if I see him, I'll definitely recognize him. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips, feeling a little disappointed. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh. Why? You seem to be very curious about the first divine envoy. Chu Liuyue's lips curved. There shouldn't be anyone in the illusory god palace who isn't curious about this, right? Actually, if you really want to see him, you can wait a few more months. Xiao Ran raised his chin. The gate of heaven will open for a year. When the time is up, the gate of heaven will close. At that time, all the cultivators in the illusory god palace can enter the illusory god palace. At that time, all the divine envoys will appear, including the first divine envoy. Chu Liuyue's eyes flickered. Really? Of course. This is the old rule of the illusory god palace. The gate of heaven opens once every 10,000 years, and every time, it will attract many cultivators, but in the end, only a few can ascend to the heavens and become gods. There's no need to talk about those who succeed. Those who fail are either driven out of the gate of heaven and left to fend for themselves, or forced to stay here and continue to cultivate, waiting for the next gate of heaven to open. But there aren't many who can really endure it. Chu Luiyue suddenly understood, so, the opportunity to ascend to the heavens and become gods only comes once every 10,000 years. Yes. Xiao Ran said with a self-mocking smile. My strength and luck were both a little lacking. I stayed at the final profound formation for several years, but I still didn't make any progress. Even after so long, he still hadn't succeeded. To be honest, I don't even know how long I've been waiting. Over time, he had come to terms with it. It would be best if he could comprehend the Xian formation, complete the star path, and enter the illusory god palace to wait for his breakthrough. If I can't do it, I'll just muddle along. Chu Luiyue said softly, you can definitely do it. Xiao Ran didn't care about it and placed his hands behind his head. Forget it, there's nothing much to see here. Let's go back. Chu Luiyue and the others returned to their residence. However, Mao Zhen did not travel with them. Instead, she chose a different direction. It probably had something to do with the great phoenix dragon's ancestor, so Chu Luiyue did not ask further. Rong Xiao was resting in the room, but Yan Qing had already disappeared. Hearing the footsteps, Rong Xiao looked up. Has the matter at the Yuntian Tower been resolved? Chu Luiyue asked. Rong Xiao nodded. It's all a small matter. Don't worry. As for you, I heard that Senior Lan Shao appeared. Yes. Chu Luiyue's expression turned serious as she briefly repeated what happened. Luckily, it was a close call. Senior Lan Shao should be temporarily safe for a period of time after this. It's a pity that he's trapped in the illusory god palace. It's really difficult to find where he's imprisoned. It's even more difficult to rescue him. Rong Xiao kissed her forehead. The more it's like this, the more we can't be too hasty. I know. Chu Luiyue sighed softly and then said, besides, I really didn't expect Senior Lan Shao to be the second priest of the illusory god palace, and Debao, Di Wuzhang's identity could not be confirmed yet, but there was no doubt that these two people were priests. Rong Xiao lowered his eyes and did not speak. Chu Luiyue thought for a while and said, the illusory god palace is also searching for the music score. Now that I'm back, there's no reason they don't know that it's with me now. Why haven't they done anything yet? Rong Xiao raised his eyebrows. The music score has already recognized you as its owner. Even if they want to snatch it, can they? That's true. Now, Chu Luiyue had the upper hand. The music score was obviously very important to the illusory god palace. The more important it was, the more cautious they would be and would not dare to act rashly. Especially now that the three music scores were all with her, they had become Chu Luiyue's life-saving trump card. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment and said, I plan to rest for a while first, then directly complete the star path and officially enter the illusory god palace. Rong Xiao looked at her. Okay. When the time comes, I'll go with you. Lan Zhao's matter could be considered to have come to an end for the time being. After the commotion, Chu Luiyue was much more relieved. Debao and Lan Zhao's identities were so special, and it was obvious that they had a certain trump card that made the other party wary. In that case, there would be ample room to make more preparations for the rescue of them. As for Di Wuzhangzi, although he was not a priest, he was locked up together with Debao and Lan Shao, so there was probably some connection between them. At least now they knew where he was locked up. Chu Luiyue had just taken back the last music score, so she planned to use this time to integrate the third music score. In the room, Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged, surrounded by a layer of silver-red flowing light. Soon, a stone rolled out from the universe ring on her hand and floated quietly in the divine realm. The space around the stone distorted for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. Then, the second stone, the third stone, soon, Chu Luiyue was surrounded by these stones. She closed her eyes, and her thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly. The bright light shone on her face, and her skin was clear and white like jade. She followed the tone of the music in her memory and began to arrange the stones around her. She had heard the complete music score once in the god-slaying tomb, so what she needed to do now was to integrate these scattered pieces of music and then combine them with the first two pieces. Chapter 23:45. This was easier said than done. Chu Luiyue had tried it once in the god-slaying mound, but she did not succeed. The third score had been cut too thoroughly. She held her breath and raised her hands gently. The stones began to arrange themselves in a certain order. However, even if Chu Luiyue followed the tune she heard and placed them in the correct position one by one, it did not go as smoothly as she had expected. Because there seemed to be an invisible barrier between these stones, and they even faintly contradicted each other. The more stones gathered together, the more obvious this resistance was. Chu Luiyue's brows gradually furrowed. Finally, at a certain moment, the stones in front of her scattered with a loud bang. Chu Luiyue opened her eyes. She realized that with her current strength, it was basically impossible for her to completely control it. Even if she was already a god, when these stones did not listen to her, she really could not do anything about it. Every single one of them contained the aura of a Tao sovereign. Chu Luiyue was not satisfied and tried a few more times. But no matter what method she used, the final result was the same. In the end, Chu Luiyue finally chose to give up. Forget it. She stood up and put away the divine territory and the stones. It was probably useless to force it now. She lifted her feet and walked out. Treasure Pavilion, 2nd floor. In the room, Yan Gu was lying on a small couch, playing with a divine weapon in his hands in boredom. Sigh, he let out a long sigh and turned over. When will these days come to an end? Ever since he returned to the Illusion God Palace, he had been on the 2nd floor for a long time, not daring to step out of the door. Who would not feel suffocated? Knock, knock. Second master. That was Mingshu's voice. Yan Gu said lazily. Come in. Zhao pushed the door open and came to Yan Ji's side, handing over the things in his hands. Second master, this is this month's account book. Please take a look. Yan Ji's eyelids twitched. There hasn't been much business this month. What's there to look at? Tisk. Although the number of people who came here to buy herbs had decreased after the herb mountain reopened, there were still many other businesses in the store. Is it really okay for you to be so casual? Yan Gu glanced at him. Are you scolding me? Mingshu immediately said, this subordinate dares not. Yan Gu snorted, but still took the account book and flipped it open. You can hide your thoughts a little deeper. His lips twitched, and he cleverly changed the topic. Second master, you've been here for a long time. Why hasn't the first master said anything? At the mention of this, Yan Gu felt wronged. He let out a long sigh. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Since his master had given his orders, he naturally had to obey. However, I heard that Madam has been quite active recently. I reckon that victory is in sight. Mingshu smiled. I heard that second master and Madam are old acquaintances. When he sees you, he will definitely be very happy. Yan Ji's brows twitched. Hiss, based on his understanding of that person, if he knew that the second master of Treasure Pavilion was him, then, when the time came, would he still have a way out? Thinking of this, Yan Gu hurriedly said, no hurry, no hurry. It wouldn't be too late to talk about this when his master also decided to show up. At least he could block it for a while, right? As Yan Gu spoke, he flipped a few more pages and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Sigh, I really don't want to read this. If the third oracle is still, his voice stopped abruptly. Mingshu's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Master Mingshu. It was Chu Luiyue's voice. Yan Gu and Mingshu quickly exchanged glances. Yan Gu was quick to react. He stuffed the account book back into Mingshu's hands and disappeared in a flash. His actions were as fast as lightning. Mingshu, Master Mingshu, are you there? Chu Luiyue waited on the first floor for a while. Seeing that there was no one, he decided to go upstairs to take a look. After calling out twice, Mingshu finally pushed open a door and walked out. Miss Shengwan, you, call me Madame Rong. Chu Luiyue said. Since Rong Xiao was here, this title was more appropriate. Mingshu's eyelids twitched. Yes, madam. Chu Luiyue vaguely felt that it was a little strange. She wanted to correct him, but thought that it wasn't a big deal, so she didn't mention it. Master Mingshu, I'm here this time to copy the rest of the mythical flame diagram. Mingshu had expected that she was here for the mythical flame diagram, but he was still stunned when he heard her words. All of it. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. There seemed to be a faint glow in his clear black eyes. Yes, all of it. Peach Blossom Cove. Yu Mansion. Sanson held the account book and walked unsteadily through the corridor with small steps. Suddenly, his nose felt itchy and he sneezed. Ah, achoo. This sound made him dizzy and his vision blurred. Damn, who's talking about me behind my back? He subconsciously looked at the silver bridge in the sky. Sigh, I wonder how Master and the others are doing now. At this moment, Wu Yao hurried over. Third brother. Sanson rubbed his nose. When he turned around, he saw that Wu Yao's expression was a little strange. He blinked his small eyes. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Yao quickly walked to him and said in a low voice. Third brother, there's a problem in the Taoist world. Chapter 2346. When Sanson heard this, he immediately put away the account book. What's going on? Before Master left, he had instructed him to guard the door realm well. If something really happened, he had to solve it quickly. Wu Yao shook his head. It's hard to explain in a few words. Third brother, come with me to take a look. Now that big brother and second brother were not in Peach Blossom Cove, Sanson was the one in charge. Moreover, Sanson was the most familiar with this place. Sanson nodded. Let's go. Let's not delay. The two of them walked straight and soon arrived in front of the door realm. Yu Jiu was holding a wooden sword in his arms and waiting there. When he saw the two of them, he immediately went forward. Third brother, fifth brother. Sanson looked at the barrier and was shocked. This, the gate realm, which was originally transparent, was now flowing with vibrant colors and resplendent lights. The specks of light gathered together, forming a huge round mirror. On the edge of the mirror, complicated and exquisite patterns could be vaguely seen. They were mysterious and powerful. On the surface of the mirror, a silver light flickered. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes and look directly at it. When Sanson saw this scene, he was also stunned on the spot. He stared at the mirror for a long time. This mirror looked extremely heavy and sacred, but it was embedded in a thin layer of the door realm. It looked a little strange. When did this appear? This morning. Wu Yao said, after seeing it, I called Yu Jiu to guard here. I went to look for you, third brother. This matter was obviously not right. He did not dare to be negligent. Sanson took a step forward and immediately felt a strong pressure spreading out from it. It was difficult to get close. Upon closer inspection, the void near the door realm seemed to be affected by the mirror and was slightly distorted. Sanson frowned. Third brother, shouldn't we report this to Master as soon as possible? Yu Jiu asked. Sanson nodded. Of course I do. He turned back to look at the two of them with a conflicted expression. But, who should we send? Wu Yao and Yu Jiu looked at each other. The two of them had been taking turns to guard this door realm. Of course, it was more suitable for them to do this. I'll go. Wu Yao pondered for a moment and said. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen such a situation. I'll try my best to explain it to Master. Sanson nodded in agreement but felt a headache coming on. But if you leave, won't you Jill be the only one left here? There were many strong martial artists in the Peach Blossom Cove, but their master valued this realm very much. Thus, they tacitly agreed to entrust it to the 13U sect. Presently, Tsin Yi and the rest had all followed Chu Luiyue to the illusory god palace, leaving only the few of them to guard the Peach Blossom Cove. It would be difficult to choose a suitable person to guard the gate realm. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from a mountain peak not far away. The three of them looked up at the same time and saw a thin and tall figure standing at the top of the mountain. The surrounding heaven and earth energy was rapidly surging towards him. That's Little 13. Yuzhou asked in surprise. Is he going to break through? That's him. Wu Yao narrowed his eyes. This child has been going out early and coming back late recently. I didn't expect him to break through now. Sanson rubbed his round palms. I remember that Little 13 should have broken through to become a rank 9 warrior, right? TSK, how long has it been since he broke through? Little 13's talent is not to be underestimated. Boom. As he spoke, a majestic aura suddenly spread from Little 13's body. He had officially become a rank 9 warrior. Sanson nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I'll pick some good pills for Little 13 to stabilize his realm. Yuzhou glanced at him faintly. It's rare for third brother to be so generous. Usually, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to take anything from him. However, third brother was extremely good to Little 13. Sanson snorted. Can you compare to Little 13? This child, whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Sanson suddenly realized that the surrounding heaven and earth energy had begun to surge towards Little 13 at an even faster speed. The abundant energy surged like a tide, causing a huge commotion. Wu Yao suddenly realized something, and his eyes lit up. Little 13 is going to break through consecutively. Now that he was a rank 9 warrior, he would be an exalted god. Yuzhou took 2 steps forward and realized that it was true. With this momentum, he was definitely going to break through to become an exalted god. Damn, breaking through to become an exalted god from a rank 9 warrior is a qualitative leap. He didn't even prepare at all and just did it directly. Yuzhou's face was filled with envy and resentment. I'm jealous. Back then, in order to cross the threshold of becoming an exalted god, he had spent a lot of effort and lost count of how many wooden swords he had used. Now, Little 13 just had to stomp his feet. Wu Yao glanced at Sanson. Third brother, Little 13 is going to become an exalted god. He's not a child anymore, right? How could there be such a heaven-defying child? Sanson, I'm jealous too. Wu Yao, boom. The sound of thunder rolled out from the clouds. The three of them stood in place and waited patiently, intending to wait for Little 13 to break through before doing anything else. After all, this was not something that could be passed so easily. It was better to see it with their own eyes. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. In the sky, after the sound of thunder fell, Tianlei did not gather. What's going on? Yuzhou frowned. Since Little 13 wanted to break through to become an exalted god, he must be confident enough. But why couldn't he summon a single Tianlei? Suddenly, Sanson slapped his thigh. I remember now. The two of them looked at him in unison. Sanson explained with a frown. Recently, the cultivators in Peach Blossom Cove have been unable to summon Tianlei. You two have been stationed here, so you might not know, but I've heard of a few similar situations. It's not just the exalted gods, but also those who are preparing to break through to become exalted gods. No matter what they do, they can't summon even half of Tianlei's power. It's just that I've been busy before, so I forgot about it. At first, Sanson didn't really take this matter to heart. However, judging from little 13's current situation, it was much more serious than he had expected. None of them worked. Wu Yao and Yu Jiu were shocked. They looked at each other. Then what's going on? You know, without the tempering of Tianlei's power, it's very difficult to break through. Even if they could do it, there would be some problems. Sanson scratched his head anxiously. This, clang. The sound of something shattering suddenly came from the sky. Chapter 23:47. The three of them looked over and saw a silver Tianlei in the sky. It was heading straight for little 13. Where did this Tianlei come from? Sanson was stunned and subconsciously raised its head to take a look. What the hell? This Tianlei didn't come from the sky, but flew over from an unknown place. Moreover, it appeared too suddenly. Will there be a problem? I think we should go and stop that Tianlei, Yu Jiu said as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. However, he had just taken half a step when a second Tianlei came. It was also heading for little 13. At the same time, an inexplicably familiar aura came. Wu Yao narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to stop Yu Jiu. Wait. Yu Jiu was stunned and looked at him strangely. Wu Yao raised his head. Don't you feel that this movement seems like I've seen it before? Yu Jiu blinked. Sanson, however, suddenly thought of something, and a great panic appeared in its small eyes. No way. That little ancestor is here. Chi. Another silver Tianlei suddenly appeared. Wu Yao said calmly. Not just one, but two. Sanson turned around and ran. Wu Yao had already expected this and didn't stop him. He only raised his voice and asked, Third brother, they're already here. Where can you run to? Don't forget that the flowers and plants in Qingshui Cliff still need you. Sanson stopped in his tracks, and his face was full of pain. He wanted to run because he felt sorry for those treasures. Yu Jiu saw the reaction of the two and suddenly realized something. His face was full of joy. It's the two of them. Wu Yao laughed. Who else could it be? Yu Jiu said excitedly. Third brother. Then hurry up and get ready. We haven't seen each other for so long. Why don't you give them a greeting gift or something? Sanson wanted to cry but had no tears. So it's not you guys who are bleeding. While the three of them were talking, a few more silver Tianlei appeared one after another. 13 was still in a daze at first, but when the first Tianlei arrived in front of him, he immediately realized something and was pleasantly surprised. Then, without hesitation, he drew the Tianlei into his body and began to refine his divine body. Although Tianlei did not descend from the sky, it still contained an astonishing amount of power. 13's entire body was in intense pain, as if every inch of his flesh, blood, and bones were being torn apart. However, he could only grit his teeth and swallow all of it. At the same time, he tried his best to convert all of it into his own strength. Then came the second and the third. Numerous Tianlei surged forth and shone brightly, almost completely enveloping 13's figure. However, the aura on his body continued to rise. Finally, when the last ray of silver light entered his body, he suddenly opened his eyes. A shocking aura burst out from his body. At this point, 13 had finally broken through and entered the high god realm. Not a demigod. It's the exalted god. Yu Jiu couldn't hide her excitement. Little 13 is indeed powerful. Wu Yao's face was filled with satisfaction and admiration. As expected of Big Brother's personal disciple, such a young high god should be a rare existence in the entire Divine Ruins world, right? On the mountain top, the fluctuations around 13 gradually calmed down. He looked in the direction of the Tianlai. A joyful smile appeared on the young man's handsome face. 11th sister, 12th sister. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures quickly flew over from afar. They were two young girls who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. They wore the same dress, but one was pink and the other was lake green. When they stood together, they contrasted nicely and looked very beautiful. However, most importantly, those two young women were both very beautiful. They were extremely beautiful. They were actually a pair of twins. However, although the two of them looked exactly the same, their auras were very different. The girl in the lake green dress had a cold expression and a strong aura. The other girl seemed to be a little timid and obedient as she followed behind the girl in the lake green dress. The two of them stepped on a sword and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of 13. 13 went forward to welcome them. The two girls showed the same smile on their faces. The difference was that one went from being cold to being gentle, and the other went from being soft to being cute. Congratulations, 13. The girl in the lake green dress said. Her voice was as bright and clear as her appearance. 11th sister, I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for your help just now. 11th sister waved her hand. We're all brothers, no need to be so polite. 13 was speechless. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he finally said, It's been so many years, 11th sister, you haven't changed at all. 12th sister quietly tugged at 11th sister's clothes and whispered, Sister, it's brother and sister. 11th sister raised an eyebrow. What's the difference? 12th sister shrunk her head and whispered. Yes, 13 laughed dryly, and then he was surprised to find 11th sister, 12th sister, you've also become high gods. We broke through not too long ago. If not for this, we wouldn't have come back so late. 11th sister explained. 13 nodded in understanding. By the way, that Tianlai just now, he still couldn't figure out how they managed to send so many bolts of heavenly lightning over. He thought that he wouldn't make it today. 11th sister's face was expressionless. Oh, that's nothing. We just broke an Emperor Divine artifact and took out the power of Tianlai from it for you. 13 was speechless. In the distance, Sanson heard this and wanted to leave. Emperor Divine artifact. It was destroyed just like that. These two little ancestors were so full of themselves now. However, at this moment, 12th sister looked over. Third brother and the others seemed to be here too. Although there was some distance between them, it would be a lie to say that they couldn't see or hear. Yujio was very happy. Third brother, fifth brother, what are you waiting for? Let's go. It's been so long since we last saw them. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward, tipped his toes, and headed straight over. Wu Yao glanced at Sanson and reminded him, Third brother, 11th sister doesn't like people to be late. After saying that, he also followed after her. Sanson took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally for a long time. He stretched out his hand and put on a smile before turning around to follow. Don't be afraid. Maybe these two little ancestors have grown up and won't be as ignorant as before. With that thought, Sanson finally felt more at ease. They were not slow, and soon reached the top of the mountain. 11th sister. 12th sister. Yujio laughed. We haven't seen each other for so long. Did you miss 9th brother? No. I did. The two girls spoke in unison. Chapter 23:49. Aunt 12 looked at Aunt 11 helplessly. It was rare for her to be so stubborn. She repeated, Yes. My sister and I miss our master, brothers, and sisters very much. Oh, right, and 13. She rarely said so many words at once. Although she tried to raise her voice, it was not obvious. It still sounded soft. It was as if she had not eaten her fill. Then, Yujio really did ask. Sister 12, you came without eating. Aunt 12 blushed and shrunk behind Aunt 11. After a while, she replied softly, yes. Aunt 11 said, we were in a hurry. These few words could be considered an explanation. Yujio's heart suddenly ached. How can this be? No matter how anxious you are, you can't not eat your fill. Aunt 11 shook her head, it's nothing. We heard that third brother has a lot of good food here, so we thought that it would be the same if we came here to eat. Sanson, who had just arrived, heard this and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Aunt 11 had already looked over. Third brother, we're hungry. The flesh on Sanson's face trembled. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, he took out 2 bottles of pills with difficulty and handed them over. Is this enough? Aunt 11 took it with both hands and turned her head to pass it to Aunt 12, use it first. After that, she turned around and looked at Sanson. There was no expression on her cold and indifferent face. But Sanson was too familiar with her expression. He gritted his teeth and took out 2 more bottles. Third brother, both of us are high gods now, Aunt 11 reminded him softly. Sanson's hands trembled and he took more out with tears in his eyes. 1 bottle, another bottle, and another bottle. Aunt 11 did not stop him. It was not until Sanson's hands were almost unable to hold it that he could not help but ask, still not enough? Aunt 11 took the things, gave some to Aunt 12, and kept some for herself. Aunt 12 opened a bottle and whispered, Sister, these are all doctor-level pills. Aunt 11 raised her eyebrows. Third brother, don't you have doctor-level pills? The corner of Sanson's mouth twitched. How much is this? It's enough for you to eat for a long time. It took a lot of effort to break a king divine artifact. Aunt 11 said confidently, if third brother really can't bear to part with the food, then it's fine. We'll just starve. Anyway, we've already gotten used to it after all these years. Here. Give it all to me. Sanson couldn't listen to them anymore. She took out a lot of pills and stuffed them into the hands of the 2 girls. Lady 12's lips curled into a faint smile. Thank you, third brother. Aunt 11 glanced at Sanson. Looks like third brother is indeed rich and imposing now. Given his personality, the fact that he could take out so many of them so easily meant that he had an astonishing amount of them. Sanson's heart sank. Exposed. He rubbed his face with heartache. He used this kind of trick every single time. He didn't even bother to switch. However, there was nothing he could do. What could she do about her sister? How could he let her starve? Yujio urged. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, third brother will regret it later. Sanson glared at him. Only then did Aunt 11 and Sanson respond. They opened the jade bottles in their hands and began to eat the pills. Aunt 12 was thin-skinned and was more refined. She poured out the pills and ate them one by one slowly. Aunt 11 directly opened the cork and gulped down the pills. Sanson looked away and clutched his chest with heartache. In the 13 guards, other than little 13, these 2 were the youngest. Because they were both girls and twins, the brothers and sisters had doted on them a lot back then. They were even more doted on than little 13. Who knew that these 2 girls were not ordinary people at all? On the surface, the 2 girls looked beautiful and slender, gentle and cute. However, in reality, their appetite was more than the rest of the 13 guards. It was more than the rest of the 11 people combined. Fortunately, Chu Luiyue was still the empress at that time and could still afford to feed them. But slowly, the two girls grew up. Normal meals were no longer enough for them. No matter how much they ate, they still got hungry easily and were often weak and powerless. Later, Zhenyi started to let them eat pills. The older they were, the more pills they ate, and the higher the level of pills they ate. When other people ate different pills, they would have different effects on their bodies. However, it was different for the two of them. All kinds of pills had only one function when it came to them, to replenish their energy. If they could eat their fill, they would have strength. That was why Yujio asked them that the moment they met. It was because they had been hungry too often in the past. Now, they had reached the point where they ate pills of doctors and even grand doctors. Seeing the two girls finish several bottles of pills just like that, Wu Yao and Yujio only felt heartache. Look at how hungry the children are. Sanson glanced over and took a deep breath. He felt heartache for the two of them, but he also felt heartache for the pills. It was not until they finished 3/4 of the pills in their hands that the two of them finally stopped. Aunt 11 put away the rest. She was finally satisfied. Even her usually cold expression warmed up a little. "Thank you, third brother." Aunt 12 also whispered, "Thank you, third burp brother." She even burped halfway through her sentence. Her face instantly turned even redder. Seeing this scene, Sanson could not care less about the pills. After all, he had watched them grow up. How could he not be willing to part with those things? "Are you done eating?" Aunt 12 nodded with a red face. Aunt 11 was much more straightforward. "If it was like this just now, I could have taken out a Venerable One Divine Artifact's power of Tianlei and given it to 13. It's a pity." The corners of Sanson's eyes twitched. Even Yujio could not help but touch her nose. "This isn't very good, right? A Venerable One Divine Artifact is quite rare. How inappropriate would it be to destroy it just like that?" Aunt 11 thought about it and felt that it made sense. She looked at 13 again. "Then you can use it the next time you break through to Venerable One. It's the same." 13 did not expect to be arranged as soon as he broke through to Venerable One. He was speechless. After struggling for a while, he said, "This. Maybe by then, everyone will be able to summon Tianlei normally." The main reason was that the current situation was too strange. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Everyone present was shocked. When they looked over, they found that 12th Nyang was holding a sword that had already broken into 2 pieces. It was the sword that the two of them used when they flew over just now. It was also an Emperor Divine Artifact. Aunt 12 obviously did not expect the situation to turn out like this. She stared blankly at the broken sword in her hand, then looked up at the others with a guilty expression. I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to put it away." Everyone was speechless. Aunt 11 was already used to this. She took the broken sword and rolled it into a bowl. Then, she pulled out a few silver Tianlei from it and absorbed them into her body. "Don't waste it. Sister, remember to eat until you're full next time." Sister 12 nodded obediently. "I know." Chapter 2350. When she ate too much, she could not control the strength in her hands. She had made this mistake before, so she was usually very careful. However, she had been hungry for too long this time and could not hold it in. Although Aunt 11 had the same physique as her, as the elder sister, she had better self-control. Just as she was about to throw away the thing in her hand, Aunt 11 noticed that the others were looking at her strangely. She paused. "This thing can't be thrown away." She glanced down at it. "But this is already a pile of scrap metal. There was nothing to be reluctant about, right?" Yujio swallowed hard. Sister 11, it was an Emperor Divine artifact just a few minutes ago. It was destroyed by you in the blink of an eye. Don't you feel sad at all? Aunt 11 looked at him. And Aunt 12 whispered in agreement. Brother 9, this thing really can't be used anymore. What was the point of keeping it? Yujio's eyes twitched. Of course, he knew that this thing could not be used anymore. Was this the key to the problem? Wu Yao coughed. They're right. Even if it was an Emperor Divine artifact before, now that it can't be used, it's no different from trash. It's good to throw it away. The rest of the people fell silent. Originally, they wanted to ask how the two girls had survived these few years, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. Even if they really wanted to ask, they should ask the people who met them how they survived. Where's Master? Aunt 11 looked left and right. We've been here for so long, but I don't seem to have sensed Master's aura. Seeing that the two of them seemed to be very uninformed, Wu Yao briefly recounted what had happened before to them. After listening, Aunt 11 was still calm, but Aunt 12 had already widened her eyes and looked at the silver bridge in the sky. Then, if that's the case, Master and the others are there now. Wu Yao nodded. That's right. Also, there's some trouble in the gate realm. We were thinking of reporting to Master. Aunt 11 followed his line of sight. Is this gate realm very important? Wu Yao nodded. That's why we're still discussing who should stay here to guard it with Yujio. That's easy. As Aunt 11 spoke, she flipped her hand and took out something. Dong! The heavy object fell to the ground with a dull thud. Sanson and the others looked carefully and were immediately shocked. What appeared in front of them was an 8-foot-tall bronze man covered in dark gold. This is a puppet. Sanson's eyes lit up. She stepped forward and pinched the puppet's arm. This is made of the best heavy gold copper. Just a palm-sized piece would be a priceless treasure in the outside world. As for this puppet, it was made entirely out of this material. He knocked. You're still honest. This puppet's battle prowess is comparable to that of a top god. Leave it here and help guard the gate realm. Aunt 11 said. Wu Yao was instantly tempted. This was indeed a good idea. Now that 13 had also become a high god, he was thinking of having 13 and Yujio work together to guard the door realm. The only drawback was that 13's combat power was not on par with Yujio's for the time being. But with this puppet, things were different. This thing will indeed be of great help to us. However, why do you have such a treasure in your hands? Wu Yao asked curiously. Aunt 11 said, Big Brother gave it to us. Everyone! Exclamation point. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, 12th Mother said softly, back then, Big Brother was worried that the two of us would be bullied outside, so he gave this to us. 3rd Brother, don't you have it? She thought everyone had it. Aunt 11 shook her head. Do you even need to ask? If they had this thing, they would not have been worried about the gate realm just now. Yujio looked down at the wooden sword in her hand and was full of resentment. We all follow the same Big Brother. Why is the difference so big? Wu Yao said, be content. Your wooden sword was personally carved by Big Brother. I have nothing. Yujio gritted her teeth. You're just a fighter. What do you want? Big Brother's fist. Sanson clutched his chest in pain. Stop talking. All these years, not only did he not take anything from Big Brother, but he had also given him a lot of things. He worked hard for years to earn that little bit of money, but none of it went into his private account. 13 silently took half a step back. Speaking of which, he had learned the most from Big Brother. Naturally, he had no right to interrupt. Wu Yao forced himself to calm down. Then it's settled. As for the two of you, we'll go to the illusory god palace too. Aunt 11 said. Wu Yao choked. This. Are you sure? Yes. Yes. Sanson suddenly realized something and immediately nodded. The illusory god palace is great. There are all kinds of treasures there. Aunt 11 nodded. Yes, that's what we think too. I heard that there's a mountain of herbs there. There should be a lot of pills there. Also, there seem to be a lot of blacksmiths there. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of divine artifacts. Isn't that great? When Wu Yao heard this, he immediately felt that it made sense. Okay. Then let's go together. Illusory God Palace, Treasure Pavilion. Zhao sent Chu Luiyue into the room and left by himself. After he closed the door, he turned around and frowned. Madame said. She wanted to copy all the remaining Xian formations of the mythical flame diagram. Then wouldn't she be able to complete the star path directly? Chapter 23:51. He held his breath and looked back again. Even though he couldn't see anything through the door, the waves in his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but this was too ridiculous. The mythical flame diagram had been stored in the treasure pavilion for a long time. Some people came to buy it, while others were chosen to help copy it. But most of these people were busy with the first volume. As for the second volume, many people couldn't even understand it, let alone the rest. Ming Shu had seen many Xian masters who were determined by their talent, but so far, no one had comprehended the entire mythical flame diagram. Of course, Jin Yunlai wasn't one of them. Because he had indeed completed the Star Road on his own. As for the others, Cheng shook his head, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Looking at Madame's calm and confident look, it seemed like victory was in her hands. He thought about it carefully. In his impression, she did not show the slightest bit of embarrassment because of the mythical flame diagram. The previous few times, after she came, she would exchange a few simple greetings before going directly to the second floor and entering the room to copy the Xian formations. She didn't take long. He had seen the replicated ones, and they were all perfect. Looking at her, she did seem to be at ease. If she could really copy all the Xian formations this time, then, after leaving this door, she could directly cross the Star Road and enter the illusory God Palace. If this were to happen, she would be the first person to successfully complete the Star Road after Jin Yunlai. Cheng was a little excited. Madame's talent and strength seemed to be more amazing than he had expected. He rubbed his hands, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and left. In the room, Chu Luiyue sat quietly by the window. There were two books in front of her. It was the mythical flame diagram. The first volume was closed at the side, and the second volume was open beside her hand. She glanced at it and began to copy without hesitation. Her movements were smooth and without any hesitation. These Xian formations had already been deeply engraved in her mind. As long as she used her memory, she could easily draw them. She was incomparably clear about every single pattern and every single direction. Previously, due to various reasons, she had not displayed her full strength. Every time he came, he would restrain himself. He would only copy a portion of it and stall for time before leaving. As a matter of fact, she'd taken advantage of this period of time to engrave every single diagram in her heart and comprehend them thoroughly. Now, she didn't want to drag it out any longer. She had to enter the illusory shrine as soon as possible. Time passed by slowly. Under Chu Luiyue's hands, one profound formation after another was replicated. The further he progressed, the more time he spent, and the more energy and patience he had to expend. However, Chu Luiyue's expression remained calm from beginning to end. He was neither anxious nor impatient, and proceeded in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Mingshu came to Chu Luiyue again. He was curious and worried. I wonder how Madame is doing inside. The profound formation on the mythical flame diagram was extremely complicated, and many people would not be able to decipher even one of them in their entire lives. However, she wanted to comprehend all of it and replicate it. This was a huge project that required a lot of time and energy. It was very quiet inside. During this period of time, Mingshu would actually come to take a look every day and wait outside the door. Other than the sound of books being flipped, he could hardly hear any other sounds. After waiting for a while, seeing that Chu Luiyue still did not plan to come out today, he could only shake his head and leave. Fengming Mountain. Tuanzi sat cross-legged, and flames were burning around her silently. The air was scorching hot. From afar, the entire top of Fengming Mountain seemed to be surrounded by scarlet gold flames. When Yu Qian arrived, this was the scene he saw. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. As expected of the purest bloodline, whether it was Yi Zhao or Yi Gong, none of them could compare to it. At this rate of cultivation, Tuanzi should be able to open the 8th meridian in no time. Yu Qian was in a good mood. Although he had made quite a few concessions in order to make Dumpling break the contract with Chu Luiyue and stay in Fengming Mountain to cultivate. But now, it seemed that everything was worth it. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the side. Yu Qian frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. There seemed to be a shadow flashing past. His expression turned stern. Who is it? Fengming Mountain was heavily guarded. Other than him and Dumpling, only Chu Luiyue could enter and leave freely. However, she also relied on his token to come, so he knew every time. However, the black shadow that flashed by just now had clearly barged in quietly. He moved and quickly chased in that direction. At this moment, Dumpling suddenly opened her eyes. She stood up, frowned, and shouted, "What are you doing?" Yu Qian stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Dumpling. "You don't have to worry about it. Just cultivate in peace." Dumpling glared, "But you're disturbing my cultivation." Yu Qian paused. "I told you not to come over. Leave immediately." Dumpling put her hands on her waist. "But there was something just now. What was it? Why didn't I see it?" Dumpling glared at him fiercely. "Are you leaving or not?" Yu Qian wanted to say something but hesitated. He really didn't want to disturb Dumpling, so he could only give in. "I'll leave. You continue." After he finished speaking, he moved and headed out of Fengming Mountain. Only when she was sure that he had left did Dumpling let out a soft snort. Still not coming out. Digression. As he wrote, he realized that he had inexplicably lost 2,000 words. He went to the system to look for it for a long time before he could find it. Chapter 2352. The surroundings were quiet, and no one appeared. Dumpling crossed her two small arms. "I've already helped you so much, and you don't even want to thank me." A moment later, a scarlet fruit was thrown over. Dumpling grabbed the fruit. Cinnabar fruit. A bright light flashed in her eyes. This was her favorite fruit, one of them. Ever since she started cultivating in Fengming Mountain, she hadn't eaten anything delicious for a long time. She happily held the cinnabar fruit and was about to put it into her mouth, but when it reached her mouth, she held it back and pouted as she looked in the direction where the fruit was thrown. "Don't think that a single cinnabar fruit can buy me off." Humph. Another cinnabar fruit was sent over. Dumpling raised her hand to catch it and put the fruit into her bosom. "Two won't do. Today, you have to come out and let me see." As she spoke, she lifted her foot and walked forward. Swish! A slight sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Then, Tuanzi saw a blurry shadow flashing in front of her eyes. She gritted her teeth, tipped her toes, and immediately flew forward. Let's see where you're going this time. She couldn't catch up the previous few times, but this time, she had to see it clearly no matter what. That thing ran very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Dumpling stopped and looked down at the cinnabar fruit in her hand. A rich fruity fragrance was emitted from it, causing people to drool. She licked her lips and resisted the urge to eat it. Want to run? It's not that easy. The smell of this cinnabar fruit could stay on a person's body for several days. It didn't matter if she couldn't see it. Following this smell, she could still find him. Dumpling wrinkled her nose, then followed the faint fragrance in the air and ran forward. A quarter of an hour later, Dumpling stopped in front of the barrier between Fengming Mountain and the illusory god palace. She frowned. Could it be inside? That was where the fragrance had disappeared. She looked up and down, left and right. This barrier descended from the sky, completely isolating them from the outside world. If he wanted to leave this place, the only way was to go through the barrier. No wonder. Dumpling suddenly understood. Previously, she couldn't find him at all. So he had actually run back to the illusory god palace. To think that she had been searching Fengming Mountain recently. She had almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but she still couldn't find him. In the end, he was looking in the wrong direction. She hesitantly glanced at the barrier in front of her. How do I get there? Oh, right. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She held the 2 cinnabar fruits in her left hand and gently waved her right hand, summoning the ancestor golden feather. If I remember correctly, this thing can directly pass through the barrier, Dumpling thought and waved her hand gently. Buzz, a crack quickly appeared on the barrier. Success. Dumpling was pleasantly surprised. She quickly entered. Abundant heaven and earth energy instantly surged in from all directions. Dumpling took a deep breath and felt cool all over. Fengming Mountain was good, but it was a little hot. Therefore, when he suddenly came out from the inside, he was still not used to it. Dumpling turned around to take a look. The crack had already quietly closed. The surroundings were also quiet, as if no one had noticed her arrival. Dumpling blinked. This barrier. It seemed to be very easy to pass through. She put away the ancestor golden feather, and sure enough, she caught the other party's remaining aura in the air. Over there. Dumpling confirmed the direction and quickly rushed over. Puff! A sound rang out in the quiet courtyard. Something suddenly drilled into the pile of fallen leaves, raising countless flying leaves. After a moment, an indifferent and quiet voice came from the room. You sneaked to Fengming Mountain again. The pile of fallen leaves remained motionless. Have you forgotten what I warned you before? There was a hint of coldness in that voice. The courtyard was deathly silent. At this moment, a series of knocks came from outside. Knock knock. Is anyone there? A crisp and soft voice came from outside. The conversation in the room abruptly stopped. Outside the door, Dumpling's face revealed a smug and proud smile. Hee hee, this is your home, right? I've already found you here, are you still not willing to come out? She was very sure that the other party was definitely here. Because that was where the smell had disappeared. Originally, she wanted to go in directly, but there was a layer of barrier outside the courtyard. She thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate to force her way in, so she obediently chose to knock on the door. Since he had already chased her here, there was no reason to hide, right? After waiting for a while, it was still quiet inside. There was no response. Dumpling knocked on the door again. Knock knock knock. I'm not a bad person, why aren't you coming out? Still no one answered. Dumpling waited for a while longer, a little angry, and pouted. "If you don't come out, I'll go in myself." After saying that, she placed her hands on the door and moved her chubby little face closer, wanting to peek through the crack in the door. Unfortunately, although this courtyard was not big, the quality of the courtyard door was excellent. She widened her grape-like eyes and spun them around, but she still couldn't see anything. "How can this be?" Dumpling muttered softly. She had done him a huge favor. Was she going to leave 2 cinnabar fruits behind just like that? "Why are you here?" The voice of a woman filled with astonishment came from behind. Dumpling turned her head to look. The person who came was Xu Jing. Dumpling pursed her lips and ignored her. She pressed her face against the door again and secretly exerted force with both hands. Perhaps she could really open the door and go in to take a look. However, her behavior was extremely arrogant and presumptuous in Xu Jing's eyes. "What are you doing?" Xu Jing frowned. This dumpling not only left Fengming Mountain, but also ran to the first divine envoy's place to behave atrociously. What was she doing, trying to force her way in? Dumpling pretended that she did not hear her. Xu Jing was infuriated. She had come to find the first divine envoy this time to solve the problem of the barrier in Herb Mountain. After the abnormal situation that day, she did not care much and hurried back to the palace of the illusory god. She wanted to ask for help, but she was scolded and ridiculed by the second divine envoy. Helpless, she could only go back and think of a solution herself. In fact, she was also holding back her anger in her heart. After so many years, she still had not been able to solve the problem of the barrier. She was also anxious. That day when she had been slapped by Little Eight, she was already angry enough. Now, the second divine envoy's words had completely enraged her. She simply chose to go into seclusion and think of a solution no matter what. However, how could this problem be solved so easily? She had a headache thinking about it day and night, but it still did not work. Helpless, she could only hold on to her last hope and ask the first divine envoy for help. However, she bumped into Dumpling as soon as she arrived. She stepped forward and pulled Dumpling. "This is not a place where you can come. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."